Uncle have to slap the top off, it's just a roof. She said, where we going? I said the moon. We ain't even make it to the room. She thought it was the ocean, it's just a pool. Now I gotta open, it's just a ghost. Who put this shit together? We're at 9. Camille, we all good, right? 9:30 or?
We'll give it a few more minutes.
Okay. We don't have the chat. Can you text me in case I'm not looking at the screen?
Okay.
Yeah, you still have my cell phone number, yeah?
Okay, all right. For those who know that we're supposed to be for those who know that we're supposed to be streaming live on YouTube, we are having some technical difficulties with that, but we are live on YouTube. It's going to be a different link, and I'm going to fire out the link right now, because that's just kind of that's the nature of the beast right now. So I do apologize.
No problem.
Camille,
Yes.
can we don't have interpreters past 10:45. So could Laura Brow call us or call the agency?
Yeah, I just emailed Laura because she was supposed to confirm it till 1:45. So I just emailed her to ask about it.
Okay. All right.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, you know what? She just said that she's going to go ahead and make sure that we have the interpreters till 1:45. So she's going to contact the agency. Thank you.
So there we go. I sent out the new link. I do apologize for the technical goofs.
Thank you very much, Robert.
You'll probably have to send it out to everybody that has to go into overflow, but luckily it's just for overflow, that we're not relying on the stream for people watching. So I knew something was going to go wrong this morning. All right.
We have access to that link. I shared the previous link. So is there, can you send it to me so I can send it out?
Let's see. Let me stop my video. And Robert, you said you put it in the.
I'm sorry. Who is asking for the new link?
Our first speaker, Dr. David Ennis.
Oh, okay. Yes. I can. Brian Cooper, he's told me on Teams, I should post the new link on the YouTube page for the old link, and I believe I can do that. Let me do this.
And maybe those of you that are here, and let you know that we will be getting started soon. Thank you for joining us as we see people hop in. Thank you.
All right, it is posted. So there we go. It's posted on there for the overflow. So that should they should be able to. And besides, if they go in, if they go on this page, they'll see that Cuyamaca College is live now with a different thing, with a different with a similarly titled video, Black Consciousness Conference, because that's what the meeting title is. So that should work.
Right. Well, thank you, Robert. And I just would like to say good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for our Black Consciousness Conference. We obviously had envisioned and been working very hard on this conference since last spring, but due to COVID, we had to cancel, but we wanted to make sure that we brought this forum and this platform to you guys this fall. So thank you for joining us virtually. The Annual Social Justice Conference was established in 2019, and the Black Consciousness Conference is under that umbrella. And the purpose of having this conference is to highlight current issues of social injustice, showcasing the work of local activists and students, and connecting students to local organizations actively engaged in social justice efforts. So we thank you for taking the time to be with us today. We have 3 dynamic speakers who have graced us with their presence today. We have Dr. David Ennis. He will be speaker number 1. We also have Dr. Antoinisha Alameen Shaver. She will be in session 2. And in session 3, we have Professor Devon Carbado, Esquire. And before we get started, I just wanted to do a few little housekeeping things. I would like to kind of discuss some tips for Zoom. So I'm sure you guys have noticed that everyone, the chat is disabled and everyone is muted. So during the sessions when the presenters are opening it up for Q&A or asking questions, we're asking everyone to click the raise hand feature, which is under participants at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And as if you had been on since 9:30, you heard that the meeting is being recorded. It's also being recorded live on YouTube. We did have a little technical difficulty with the link, but if anyone were to go on the link right now, I think there is a substitute link that you can click that will take you live as well. Within the 3 sessions today, there will be some breakout sessions. So we're asking students to please take a picture. I'm going to post the question. Take a picture of the question if you can. And there'll also be moderators in each breakout session, and they'll also show the question as well. But just in case you wanted to keep it for yourself, please feel free to take the pictures and keep them for yourself. So now I will like to introduce Dr. Jessica Robinson, our Vice President of Student Services.
Thank you so much, Camille, and thank you all for having me. Just to give a very brief welcome, I wanted to welcome all of you. If we were in person, I would say welcome to our beautiful campus, but instead I'll say welcome to our beautiful environment that's been created here today. We're excited. You know, our annual Social Justice Conference is always a very big deal to us, and even more so right now in the climate that we're in, to really focus on Black consciousness. And so it's not only is it timely, but I think this is the perfect time for all of us to come together to have this discussion. And I'm so excited to see how many people are in this room today to begin this conversation and continue this conversation. I want to take a quick moment just to thank Camille. I must start with you. You are a treasure. We are so incredibly lucky to have you at Cuyamaca to really be the forefront of our Umoja program. Our students not only look up to you, but they need you and they feel how connected they are to you and the work that you do. So Camille, thank you so much for all of the work with this today, as well as the work that you do with our students. It means everything, and what you do matters so much. And that goes to all of our counselors and our faculty as well. I see many of you. I see Deborah, I see Raquel. And when I start doing that, I miss people. But all of you know that you mean everything to our Umoja community, which is so strong on our campus. That said, our just absolutely wonderful Dean, almost Dr. Nicole, I got you, Nicole Jones, almost. Nicole Jones, our Dean of Counseling, and Dr. Tycee Hosley, who are just absolutely fabulous. Thank you for your work and your leadership with Umoja, as well as the conference today. I know how much work you've put into it, and it shows. Your heart is stamped all over all of this. I'm also very proud, again, just to reiterate what Camille said, to have Dr. Ines and to have Dr. Alameen Shavers and to have Dr. Carbado here today. This is going to be an exciting conference that we won't forget. And I wanted to bring up before we start this, just to sort of lay the groundwork in regards to the work that we're doing here at the Grossmont-Cuyamaca College District. We have both colleges, both at Cuyamaca and at Grossmont, have a Black Lives Matter resolution that was brought forth. Here at Cuyamaca, our academic senate, I was so proud of the work that they did and really digging and writing this beautiful resolution that meant so much. And each word was crafted, each resolution, each part of it was crafted and meaningful. I don't think there was a word that was wasted. And I was so proud of the work that was done by our academic senate and our college as a whole to say, this is the time and this matters and we need to have this. And so there is a great commitment, not just from our colleges, but from our district, to really look at and examine and unpack and identify the practices and the policies that we have and really find where we need to change and how we can really do better as a whole for our Black students, for our Black faculty, and for our Black staff. And so I'm never been more proud as a Cuyamaca alum, never been more proud to be part of an institution that is looking at this head on and with intention. And so with that, I again just want to welcome you all today to this environment. Take a moment and really absorb all of this, because you are in the presence of greatness and you're really in for a treat. So with that, I would like to introduce our wonderful Dr. Tycee Hosley. The room is yours.
Thank you, Jessica, for that welcome. Just want to thank my Dean, Nicole Jones, for her leadership and for all of the hard work she has done over the years to get us here. Our Umoja program is relatively new, and Nicole fought for it. We would not be here today if it wasn't for the work that she has done over the years. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Dr. Robinson, for your leadership as well. I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker. Give me one moment here. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. David Ennis. Dr. Ennis is a class of '99 grad of the United States Military Academy at West Point, where he graduated as a distinguished cadet. He lives by the personal mantra, pave the way, bridge gaps, and serve others, a motto that embodies the notions of leadership, relationship building, civic responsibility, and ownership of one's legacy. Originally from the beautiful Caribbean island of Barbados, Dr. Ennis embraces the values love for community, respect for others, and servant leadership. Dr. Ennis currently serves as a professor at William Jessup University in Northern California, and he is the author of Being the Dad I Never Had, Lifelong Lessons for Fathering After Fatherlessness. Join me in a virtual clap as we welcome Dr. David Ennis.
If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. When Black folks say Black Lives Matter, they're in search of the simple recognition that they are decent human beings, reasonably smart, no more evil than the next person, willing to work hard to get ahead, and should be treated with the same respect that the average, nondescript, unexceptional white male routinely receives without fanfare. America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. Try to see individuals in order to do any kind of justice. The idea of a binary world of monsters and saints whose unchangeable goodness or badness is evident from their race is false. Systemic racism is embedded into every aspect of our society. Like all systems, it is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. It is so well crafted over time that it has developed institutional resilience that adapts and creatively repeals any attacks against its tenets. A change in how we pursue change is needed. Faculty and administrators, Umoja leadership, members of the student body, and other supporters of this fine institution, I come before you today humble, grateful, and excited about the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. But I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that I am troubled, nervous, and share the concern of many about our own societal sustainability. I have been tasked with kicking off this day of learning and exploration at this first annual Black Consciousness Conference presented by Umoja Scholars and in conjunction with the annual Social Justice Conference. In my view, this conference is a state of the union of sorts for the Black community, as a matter of fact, the entire community here at Cuyamaca College. Today, you will be hearing from some esteemed authors and speakers, Dr. Alameen Shavers and Professor Devin Carbano. It promises to be a day during which you'll be challenged to reconsider some of your thoughts and perspectives about others, and by that I mean other cultures, other norms, other societal expectations and beliefs that deviate from those that you know, hold, and support. But hopefully you'll get to see the issues of Black consciousness in 3D, 3 dimensions from 3 different angles that come together to give you a holistic and hopefully a near complete view of Black excellence as we know it, or Black existence as we know it. See, this year's theme is an expertly chosen one, the power of us, a unifying and inspiring mantra. I mean, if you say it in your head, you just close your eyes and you say it, you can feel it, the power of us. And so to that end, in honor of this theme, I decided to center our time together on the topic, cultivating solidarity, intersectionality, and collective power to confront systemic racism. The timing today could not be better. We do not have to wander too far to recognize that the vitriol and rhetoric against people of color that was blatantly displayed in the late 50s, 60s, and early 70s has returned, emboldened, and empowered. This kind of profound demonstrated hatred had retreated into boardrooms and private meetings in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s in the name of political correctness. But it has reemerged, shedding its various disguises and pouring back into highly visible mainstream public forums once again. Now it is blatantly on display, seemingly without reservation of any kind in many of our institutions and in our public policy. So today's event comes at a time when many segments within our communities are questioning the fairness, rationale, and sustainability of a macro system that is supposed to serve the likes of all Americans, but is acknowledged to be skewed in favor of some and against some others. So how do we cultivate solidarity and collective power as part of the Black agenda? And how do we do it not during Black History Month alone, but on a daily basis? And what kinds of power are we talking about anyway? And do we have any restrictions? What role does intersectionality play in shaping the Black experience? And what is this thing called systemic racism, and does it exist? And if so, how does it impact our institutions, and how has it sustained over time? You see, with these questions in mind, I come here today to do three things, and three things only. I intend to establish a relationship between our individual intersectionality and our experience of Blackness. I hope to identify the true source of collective power in the fight against systemic racism. And finally, I'm here to provide a call for change in the way we seek change. As an intellectual, I have a responsibility to facilitate expansive thinking. So I will challenge you to look beyond what meets the eye. As a Black man, I certainly bring my own lens and hope that I can encourage you to see the world differently than through your own. But then as a pragmatist, I implore you to consider what you can do as an individual to usher in the kind of sustainable change that our nation needs. See, 20 years ago, I sat on an American Airlines flight filled with nervousness and excitement. Upon hearing the announcement to prepare for landing, I began to second guess myself. But I quieted the voices in my head and started going through my mental checklist. I was ready for this. 1 pair of jeans, check. 1 pair of slacks, check. 2 shirts, check. Socks, underwear, toiletries, check. See, with my heart thumping ferociously in my chest, I remembered the jolt of the plane when it landed and the cheerful voice of the flight attendant when she broke the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United States of America. This was the first time I arrived in the US with 1 small duffel bag filled with my only possessions. See, I grew up in Barbados as a teenager. And as a teenager, I developed a laser-like focus on achievement. I saw education and hard work as the only way out of poverty and a path via which I could make a difference in the world. I also had the privilege of seeing so many people that looked like me, leading and demonstrating excellence at all levels. I also discovered my dream career of being an Army officer. And so when I landed at JFK with my tiny duffel bag in hand, I was headed to the United States Military Academy, the world's premier military leadership institution. My memory of my time there is dominated by the early culture shock I endured in the beginning and how my thick accent made me stand out. But I also recognized the stark differences that existed between my classmates and I, especially my Black classmates. I found that particularly intriguing. I remember struggling to fit in. I could not for the life of me say the word dog with the right intonation. What's up, dog? It just never fit in. I could never fit in. And so I finally gave up in a fit of frustration and said that people were not supposed to be referred to as dogs anyway. So I just gave up. But I give you this background not for the sake of just giving you my story, but rather to illustrate that I embody the notion of intersectionality, and I'm a walking indication of how solidarity, togetherness, and the celebration of our differences can usher in the kinds of collective power, the kinds of complementary power that we need to tackle systemic issues. You see, my intersection shapes my Black experience. I am an Afro-Caribbean immigrant whose cultural norms and overall outlook may be dramatically different from yours. My constructs of gender are rooted in my upbringing and may result in varying definitions of what it means to be a man or what it means to be a Black man. I am a Gen Xer, born in a generation that had the most divorced parents and single parent homes. I am Christian, shaping my worldview in ways that non-religious or other forms of religion may not understand. I am also highly educated, for what that's worth, having attended some of the finest schools and having joined the ranks of the 4% of the nation that have earned a terminal degree. These are just a few of the factors that influence perceptions about my Blackness, replete with judgments about my hairstyle or my tattoos or my clothing taste. They all carry with them requisite responsibilities that are in my consciousness as I operate daily. You sit at a different intersection that shapes your Blackness or your perceptions about Blackness. So as you can imagine, this would mean that Blackness, being a Black man, being a Black woman, the proverbial Black experience is not monolithic in nature. There are many disparate viewpoints and experiences that ultimately contribute to thoughts on Blackness. So at this point in time, I'd like to learn more about your intersection. So I wanted to take some time. I've created a quick poll. I wanted to take like 7 minutes for to gather some information about who is in the room. I'd like to know who is in the room. Wherever you are in the world, I'd like to know who's in the room. So if we can share the poll and encourage individuals on the call to respond to the poll, that would be fantastic.
Didn't I just do this?
Take another minute or so to complete the poll. Tyson, can you pull up the results? Let's see what we have here. Okay, wonderful. As you can see, we have a pretty diverse audience today. This is really cool. Predominantly female audience. Majority of people grew up in the suburbs, but closely followed by large cities or small towns. Predominantly a Christian population, predominantly millennial, as expected. But here are the critical questions. Has your generation influenced your perceptions on race? We have 89% of people believe that their generation, the generation in which they were born, has been influential on their perceptions on race. We have also 88% of people who believe that the neighborhood in which they grew up had an influence on their perceptions of race. And 86% of people believe that the family upbringing that they had influenced their perceptions of race. This is critical as it shows or illustrates the point I was making earlier about the fact that your intersection can influence what you think about race, how you react towards race, how you react towards people of color. So let's continue this journey. So we all see the world differently. As you can tell, each morning we grab our world view glasses that we placed on our nightstand before we went to bed the night before. And we throw them on, and these lenses represent how we see the world. We put them on first thing in the morning, and what we see shapes our truth. For a few moments, it is just our truth. But by breakfast time, for those of you who wear glasses, you almost become numb to the fact that you are wearing glasses. So you forget that you're wearing glasses, and what was once our truth becomes the truth, the only truth, because it is how we see the world, and we are not wearing anything that is altering our viewpoint, so we believe, but certainly it is the truth. This is fine, except that every single person in the world woke up that morning and did the same thing. They had their versions of their truth, which quickly became the truth, and certainly influenced how we interact. So this becomes even clearer when you consider the many experiments that and pieces of research that you can read widely on about throughout research and determine that people asked to identify race use many social context factors to shape their perceptions. It is their lens. It is the truth, which once was their only truth. For example, welfare is often tied to Black women. Right? This is established. Incarceration often tied to Black men. Suburban residences often tied to white people. And additionally, if you talk to a Black Southerner, right, because of their region of growth, they see themselves to be more authentically Black than those from the North. But also, because of their region, they expect racism, but attempt to deal with it in a calm, composed manner. Just part of what happens. So why is this important? Why is this idea of lenses important? It is important to understand other people's prescription. Sometimes simply imagining the world as it may appear to someone else is where we have leaps in compassion, understanding, and cooperation. Demonstrating empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of others, is a fundamental but overlooked concept that, in my view, is at the crux of curing issues of bias, institutionalized discrimination of any kind, and that term that we're seeking to understand today, systemic racism. So think of, let's use an analogy. Let's put a story to this. Think of carbon monoxide. You've heard about it, the odorless, colorless, tasteless gas that is patently deadly if allowed to reach certain levels. It deprives key organs of an important resource, oxygen, requiring us to put carbon monoxide monitors throughout our homes to protect our families. Empathy is synonymous with the carbon monoxide monitor. And carbon monoxide is like the bias, prejudices, or discriminatory practice that may be undetected at first, but deadly at elevated levels. We need empathy, the monitors, to be at the core of early detection, allowing us to effectively see the deadly nature of bias and the poison of systemic racism, if ever allowed to reach certain levels. So since we've mentioned it a few times, why don't we go ahead and pin a definition on this thing called systemic racism? If there's one thing that I want you to leave with today, I want you to know and understand what it means. You've probably seen so many definitions over the last few months, and you'll hear about it for the remainder of the day. So I think it's essential that, that you grab it and are able to have a grasp of this definition. So let's look at some definitions that I just did a simple Google search, and let's see what we have here. So one definition defines it as a form of discrimination by race that is embedded as normal practice within society or an organization. Another definition said it's racial discrimination that has become established as normal behavior within a society or organization. It's been described as racism on a grand scale, present in political and societal organizations and institutions, but it's also racism that has become so ingrained, it is seen as normal. And then the final definition that I came across said is the normalized distribution of resources, power, and opportunity to the benefit of people who are white and the exclusion of people of color. There is a common theme that goes across these definitions. It is this idea that the practice of discrimination by race has become normal. It's become so normal that it has almost become like part of the fabric of our institutions and organizations. So Tim Wise, the well-known activist and scholar, said that when policies and practices within institutions provide racial disparity in treatment and life outcomes, that is systemic racism. He mentions nothing of intent, but speaks only of the impact. So many of these systems and institutions don't have to be filled with overt bigotry or filled with seething racists, where people are on purpose striving to be racially unjust or to create disparity. It is embedded in any system that creates racial disparity. So think of the good old boys network that are typically racially exclusive, or things like standardized testing despite disparate access to resources. Think also of the police officer who carries perceptions about crime rates and disproportionately stops Black drivers on suspicion of criminal behavior simply because he or she is playing the odds. You see, meanwhile, those at the receiving end are forever scarred with a racially motivated, humiliating experience. But the racial disparities or inequities are widespread. And like we mentioned before, touch every single institution. I want you to help me explore some of these right now in an interactive exercise. And right now I will turn you over into the trusted hands of our tech team, and for you to discuss some of the data points that illustrate racial disparities in our society. As you discuss these things, I want you to look at 3 questions. How does the data reflect systemic racism, given the definition that we spoke of earlier? What are some thoughts on how this has taken place? How has it come to this? And possibly some thoughts on how has it remained in place? And if you have some time, What would you suggest in your small group are some potential fixes? Some of the items you will look at are employment disparities. You will look at wage disparities. You will also assess wealth disparities, leadership disparities, home ownership disparities, access to healthcare, and access to criminal justice. I'm excited to hear the brilliance that you come back with. Tech team, you can take it from here. We're gonna take about, I wanna say 13 minutes, 13 to 14 minutes to start before we start bringing people back into the main room. Thank you so much.
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Hi. So we're supposed to be discussing racial disparities. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
So we're supposed to be discussing racial disparities.
They're gonna move you into a group.
Okay.
Is a tech, is someone from tech here that can move Marissa into a group?
I'm here. I'm trying to find her. I thought I had assigned. There's a she's assigned to room 3. There should be the option to join.
Do you see an option to join, Marissa?
I do not see an option to join.
All right, let me
You have a
here. Let me try. Do you see?
Oh, there we go.
Thank
Okay.
Just up right now.
The student that needed the interpreter, Tori, did he get into the room with the interpreters? First name is Tori. Is someone checking?
I'm sorry. What's that?
Did Tori that needed the interpreters, did he get into the room with the interpreters? The student by the name of Tori?
Tori. One moment. Let me see.
Him and the 2 interpreters should be in the same room.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm looking at the list right now. I don't see anybody by the name of.
You don't see Tori? Torrey?
No, I don't.
Okay, I thought I saw him signed on earlier, but And I'm not sure if because I thought I was assigned to a group and I am here. So I wonder if there's a group.
Yeah, you know what? You were assigned to you were assigned to room 5. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can. I'm going to move you to room 4. Then I'm going to move you back to room 5 so you get the invitation to join room 5. Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. Room 5. Boom. You should be good.
Let's see.
You see it? Did it?
Maybe it's not coming up because am I sharing my screen? Is that what it is? No, I'm not
No,
sharing.
there's no more.
Why am I not getting an invitation?
I don't know.
Oh, that is really
this
weird.
is all a new experience for me. So let's see if
breakout rooms. Okay, let me see if I
so so should I give it until 10:25 or so to bring everybody back into general? Oh, okay. Well then.
Who's here? Robert?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you, let's see, is the speaker, why can't I see the speaker? Is Dr. Ennis on? Or is he in a room? He must be in a room.
Yeah, he's in the room, I believe.
He's in a room, okay. Are you able to broadcast a message to rooms?
Yes, I can broadcast the message to all. Yeah, just tell me what to say, and I will broadcast it.
Let's, I think we want to broadcast about 3 or 4 minutes remaining.
Okay. I'm typing, we will reconvene in 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Boom. Okay, and broadcast.
Okay.
All right.
And then so at, I guess, 10:26, we can press the close rooms and it'll do the 1 minute countdown.
Exactly, and it'll rein everybody in. So
okay, let me
all right.
find the PowerPoint because I'm gonna have to bring that back up because it stopped the share. I hope I could do that easily. All right, you can go ahead and do the pull them back.
Sounds good. Hitting
Okay.
close all rooms now. And it's really cool because it saves where everybody goes. So yeah, so pretty much it'll put everybody back in the same breakout rooms.
All right. Okay, they're coming back. Awesome.
All right. All right, breakout rooms are completely closed.
Thank you, Robert.
Is everyone back already?
Yes, they are here, Dr. Ennis.
Okay, awesome, awesome. So I had the privilege of being in one of these breakout rooms, and I can tell you the discussion that was there was so encouraging. I was actually pretty fired up by some of the really profound things that I heard. So I was unable to go into some of the other rooms. So I wanted to hear some of the discussions that happened. I wanted to hear from anyone about their experience in the room and what were some of the things that they touched on, include which disparity that you were talking about. Can we hear from anyone?
Yeah, go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to speak.
Yes, please go into the participant window and raise your hand, and then I'll go ahead and unmute you so that you can ask your question or share from your breakout room. So I've unmuted you. There you go. Yes.
Hi, my name's Tanjanae. My breakout group discussed disparities or systemic racism. Well, we were looking at graphs that identified the number of CEOs based on race, so specifically Hispanics, Blacks, and Asian / Indians. And then we had another graph aside of it that identified the number of Black Congress members over time. It went all the way up into our current Congress, and it went as far back, I think, to the 90th Congress. We're currently in our 116th, we learned. And so we were kind of attempted to try to understand why we saw increased growth in CEOs of Hispanic and Indian groups, but not of Black CEOs. We in fact saw consistency. This number is small. We saw consistency, we saw it shrink, and then we saw it grow a little bit and then shrink dramatically, getting closer to our now. And we were trying to identify if that matched during the same time that we see a low amount of representation in Congress. And we were kind of establishing how circular systemic racism is, in that we understand the policies, practices, and institutions are influenced by those in congressional positions or positions of power. We know that their decisions are influenced by finance and wealth. The people that have the most finance or wealth are white folks. So then they influence the outcome of policy, thereby benefiting their group and communities. And so when we were trying to figure solution, the only one that I myself said out loud was that someone rich cares about us and has a utilitarian energy that means that they will sacrifice their wealth, or that the wealth doesn't matter enough, and that the greater good of everyone would be more significant. Someone else in the group shared that dip that we saw in the decrease of CEOs, Black CEOs, could have also aligned with issues that we had in our economy, and lots of CEOs lost their positions. And was it mostly Black and brown CEOs that lost those positions, and not other groups that are in those same positions? And why? We were almost, again, overlapping those graphs. Perhaps representation in positions of policy has a huge and major effect on whether or not people are even able to move into those positions of power, because it's unattainable. It's been becoming unattainable. And I also wanted to share, there was a friend of mine was actually in my breakout group, and they were being very quiet, but they brought up a very good point that attached to the ideology of systemic racism, that how are Black people to be in leadership roles when there have been coupled with Blackness unprofessionalism? So we don't have a lot of Black CEOs, but then we don't even know how would they be there, how would they be able to be in those positions if it's already been identified that, you know, Black people are not professional, quote unquote, enough. So I thought that was a good point too, that kind of helped bring together some of the things that we were discussing in the room.
Awesome. And you know, that speaks to this idea of remember, we talked about the lens, and we talked about perspectives, and we talked about what moves from our truth to the truth. And you just described something that has become some people's the truth, right? Mm-hmm. Their viewpoint of mapping people of color with unprofessionalism. So that is some great insight. I want to hear from one more group.
Shanae, go ahead.
Oh, hi. My group, we discussed like the household income, how it was a huge gap disparity between the whites and Blacks, and how I think the white family income annually went up to like 102. I want to say it meant trillion, but it could have been billion. I'm not too sure. And then the Black annual income stayed at, I'm sorry, you guys, I'm having a crazy hair day. But yes, had stayed at like the lower level of 6 trillion or whatnot. We got asked, what do we see? What can it be? And one of our group members said that, you know, financial gain, family wealth, things happen such as in the 1950s, I think there was people being able to buy property more. And there was like this bank giving money to people, but they didn't give it to African Americans. So that put us way behind, you know. They were able to build these family wealths and give it to their kids and so on and so forth. So we also talked about education, like certain schools, we are deprived of a proper education. We're not able to do certain things that, like learn certain things about how to do taxes, how to do different things that can progress us in the future for our families. So we're behind the curve again. Then we're also talking about how do we build that generational wealth. It's not taught to us in certain schools of like Black or lower income places, but in this upper white privileged area, they are taught these things. Then a question was asked, what can we do to fix this? And a group member, Madeline, was saying, you know, how you were talking about the glasses being spoken, putting on those glasses, you get up in the morning, you have these glasses on. If we start putting on possibly other people's glasses or taking off our glasses and seeing the different mind state of how people have to live every day and how it might be harder for people, maybe this can be a way of people to understand we are all the same, but we're all having issues to even gain because of certain things that have happened in these past years. So yeah, so it was a good conversation. I hope that made sense. So
yeah, it made a lot of sense. I'm really glad to see that the conversation about lenses is really coming in, because this is actually part of my proposal for a change in how we pursue change, right? If you think about what you were describing, if you think about the fact that the cotton industry represented what would today be a $5+ billion industry, but only certain people were able to pass on of generational wealth gained from the cotton industry, right? Certainly it was not people of color that were able to pass on generational wealth from the cotton industry because they were seen as the capital in that capitalist society. So it's really critical when you think about that there is a certain advantage that was rooted in years and years ago. We know that slavery does not exist today. We know that slave owners do not live today, but we do know that the generational wealth that occurred there has passed through generations and has influenced stuff that we see today. Okay, great job, Chineng. Thank you so much for bringing your thoughts to the table and representing your group well. So one of the key areas of disparity that has been under the spotlight recently has been that of police treatment of people of color. And so I wanted to share a story with you because I think that we have enough time. So about 2 years ago, I got into this habit of going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, right? I was trying to be middle-aged and fine. I was trying my best, but it was, so at 5:30, I would get up and go to the gym. And so I came back from the gym one morning and I noticed that there were police cars on my street, like lots of police cars. I somehow drove around the police cars and pulled right into my garage, not knowing that they were actually at my house, okay? So the police probably thought that I was pretty crazy because I just circled around their cars and pulled into my garage. So obviously they came to me, guns drawn, get out the car, get on your stomach, put me on my stomach, and they asked me, where I was, et cetera. I told them I just came from the gym. I'm the owner of this house. And they said, well, we got a call in that there was a noise from your house. And so we came to do a wellness check, right? So I said, if it's a wellness check, then why are you guys so aggressive? And they explained, risk and so on. So I said, well, okay, thank you. And they let me know that there were some other officers that were at the front of my house. So by the time I came into the house, obviously all the officers were gone, but I decided to review my camera footage because I do have security cameras on my house. And when I looked at the camera footage, I noticed that there were 7 officers on my porch. and the 7 officers came to do a wellness check. The lead officer said he knocked on the door, and obviously there was no answer because I was not at home. And he knocked on the door again, no answer. And so then he turned to one of the junior officers and he said, "Well, young man, it looks like you're gonna get your first door kicking today." And everybody laughed and smiled. And he gave instructions. He said, "You're gonna kick the door." He pointed to his most junior officer. He said, "Everybody else get ready." And they drew their pistols, which was all recorded on my camera. And so the young officer runs up to the door, he kicks it with all his power, and it doesn't break. So all the officers started laughing at him. And they said to him, "Kick it again." So he pretty much runs out to the street and he has a flying leap and kicks the door, and nothing happens. The door stays closed. All of this is traumatic in a sense, but what the officer said next was really what was telling. They were coming to do a wellness check, and when this junior officer kicked the door and it did not open, the senior officer said to the whole crew, "He must really have this barricaded." So the mindset there was, and they know who they're coming to see. And so the mindset was, he must really have this barricaded on a wellness check. So what this goes to show was that there was a perception of criminality that was embedded in their lens of the person that they were coming to see. And this is, again, what I mentioned before. Part of my intersection is my hairstyle and my tattoos, and all of that brings responsibilities, and it also brings judgments about one's blackness. So there's been an uprising of sorts of all people, of all races, of all ages who have stepped up against police brutality. And so I wanted to share with you an interview on this topic, and we're going to close on this. I wanted to share with you an interview on this topic that I found very interesting. The video talks about the issues of police brutality in the wake of the George Floyd killing. Interestingly, those being interviewed and providing the answers are the police themselves. 4 police chiefs from around the nation forced to confront the issue before us. So let's watch this. Please go back, just click on the video.
I think whoever's playing it has to unmute themselves.
Dr. Hosty, please unmute and restart the video, please.
I am
You
not.
also, whoever's sharing the video also needs to share their computer audio.
Give me a second, please. Thank you. We get to the very end here. A minute. All right.
I spoke with the heads of 4 police departments. That's Dallas Police Chief Renee Hall, Santa Cruz Police Chief Andrew Mills, Camden, New Jersey Police Chief Joseph Wysocki, and last but certainly not least, Raleigh Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown. So we discussed many things, including the flaws in the system and the need for change, but we started with a reaction to the video of George Floyd's death.
I was angry at the profession because it took me back to why policing even exists in the first place. Police officers exist because of slave patrols. So there's something that goes back to that.
One of the things that was so disturbing is that it seems so cavalier and so cruel. On some level, he must have felt comfortable doing what he did, because in the past, there doesn't appear to have been consequences for their actions.
Well, Gail, I think you're right. And I think it's a fairly small percentage, but it's a significant percentage of people who feel empowered. And the mere fact that the other officers didn't intercede is they're just as guilty. If you see it, you own it.
I agree. The one thing I think we have to stress, the duty to intervene. We need to stress that.
Do you think most police officers feel comfortable reporting bad behavior from another officer?
Yeah, I think it is tough to turn other cops in because you depend on them for your life, and they sometimes make poor decisions, and you're going to try to do what you can to protect them. But we've got to get past that.
Generally speaking, could I have a show of hands? Do you think that Black people are treated differently than white people by the police in this country? That was a unanimous.
I think there are differences, and they are systemic. It's community-based as well. It's not just in law enforcement. How many of us have been in a store and people have walked around while you're shopping?
Me.
Because of the color of your skin.
Yes.
And I think now is that time to really pay attention to where we are and to really be a part of the change.
Here's the reality for me. I'm a 63-year-old white guy from a middle-class family with an education. I'm privileged. Nobody's going to kneel on my neck. I would guess 4% of our police agencies shouldn't be there. But those are the 4% that we've got to get rid of. We have to figure out how to do that. That is where the racism occurs. I think we need to take a look at how unions are empowered to protect the officers.
Immediately, the police union there said, don't condemn the officer and don't rush to judgment. And I think that's another thing that bothers people, that even when we see something that appears to be so blatant, it's still, wait a second, don't rush to judgment. Let there be an investigation.
Some of the issues that have come up has been that same issue, is that police associations coddle officers and they make their behavior acceptable.
Do you think that's true?
Absolutely, I do. I think in some instances there are association members who, regardless of the behavior of an officer, we blame everything else.
This is not the first case where an unarmed Black man was killed, where people think unfairly, unjustified. This feels different to me. Does it to you?
Yeah, Gail, it does feel different to me. It shocked the consciousness of the profession. This shallow symbolism of just a one-time speaking out, we can't stop here. And I mean, where were we when some of these other people were killed? There was a lot of silence from our profession. Yeah. And for that, we are wrong. I am wrong. I am sorry.
Why do you think chiefs didn't speak up before? It had to be something this heinous, Chief Hall.
These positions that we're in, if we're going to be truthful about it, are very political. And so I think the balance of what is true and right versus what is politically correct to say gets in the way. But I believe that we're sick and tired of being sick and tired as a nation, because we see that there's systemic change that has to take place in order for us to be on the other side of this. And I think what we're seeing now, as a result of the pain, of the hurt, of the tired, is a result of not having that seat at the table.
But weren't you all aware of the pain, the hurt, and the tired, to use your words, Chief Hall, before the murder of George Floyd?
We've seen it in all of our organizations.
Nothing changed, and nothing changed.
So when we say nothing's changed, I don't think we're being, genuine in that the fact that things have changed, but he may not have done a good enough job of informing them that these recommendations have come in and we've implemented them.
I want to talk to you all about the protests. Chief Wysocki, President Obama singled your department out for the way that you handle protesters. So what are you doing that the rest of the country could learn from?
We weren't in riot gear. We weren't, I didn't have a helmet on or like the big nightsticks. We just were in our regular uniform, and we marched. And you have to continually be doing community policing. You have to do community outreach, and you have to listen.
Chief Mills, you made national news for kneeling with the protesters and the demonstrators.
We stand for justice and we stand for making sure that racial injustices are dealt with. And so it's not just the Black community speaking out. You have a lot of communities speaking out, but now we have to follow through with real policy changes, legislative changes, training, and I hope that there's leadership in Washington to ensure that this takes place in a thoughtful way and in a rapid way.
That was Andy Mills. Listen, all of them were very good talkers. I found Andy Mills to be especially forthcoming in his thoughts. They all agree that leadership, that change starts at the top and leadership is key, and that they have to be the ones that initiate that to at least start the conversation. They also suggested that maybe it's time for us all to take a look at police unions and the power that police unions have. When you look at Officer Chauvin, who had 18 complaints against him and only 2 written reprimands, and that he was still on the force, was troubling to all of them. I also, Anthony, want to point out that we had that conversation before there was all of the talk about defunding the police departments, because I'm thinking, why didn't you ask about that? Well, it hadn't happened when we had that conversation. Yeah. I would have been very curious to get their thoughts on that.
So I credit these leaders for their courage and willingness to step up and acknowledge that there is indeed a deep-rooted problem that is highly visible in policing, but permeates many other institutions. The officers are right. The only reason that such behaviors are tolerated in the police force is because they are tolerated in society in general. So I stated at the beginning that I hope to do 3 things. I wanted to establish a relationship between individual intersectionality and the Black experience, which I think we did, right, based on some of the conversations that I've been hearing. I wanted to identify the true source of collective power in the fight against systemic racism, and I believe that we identified empathy, being able to see through the lens of others, as a major source of power and understanding. And lastly, I said that I would argue for a change in the way that we seek change. Systemic issues like systemic racism must be confronted with systemic change. In one of the groups, someone said that they felt that there was some intent in the racial disparities that were there. So I think that to confront intent, you must be intentional. This is not easy. It's not trivial, and it is not for the faint-hearted. There are 3 clear components necessary for systemic change to take place, right? And this is aligning with the thoughts of a school of thoughts of many systems theorists that are out there. First of all, for systemic change to take place, there must be a clear, shared vision in which in this case is a vision of an anti-racist society. There must also be collaboration across boundaries, across generational boundaries, across racial boundaries. And lastly, we must utilize a systems mindset. If we're dealing with something systemic, we have to utilize a systems mindset. Often in our pursuit of sustainable societies, there are many disruptors, some events that rock the conscience of the nation or of a community. How we respond to those events are crucial in achieving sustainable change. What we often fail to realize is that those events are merely the tip of an iceberg. They're like an indicator of a monstrous issue that lies beneath. The death of George Floyd was an event, the tip of an iceberg. Below the surface are patterns and trends and institutionalized norms that made the event possible in the first place. But at the very base of the iceberg is a large mass of deep-rooted perceptions. Mental models is what we often refer to them as. So the only way to achieve true sustainable change is to address the base of the iceberg, not the event, not the patterns and trends, and not even the institutionalized norms. Remember that I said in my introduction that these organizations, these institutions have developed institutional resilience. They have adapted, they've been attacked, and racism has been attacked and has come back in so many different forms. It just keeps coming back. It's built into the DNA of the organizations because this is how they were birthed. And so regardless of how you attack the institutions, somehow the institutions have developed this kind of resiliency. The only way to achieve true sustainable change is to address the habits of minds and alter the consciousness of all the people. And I think that we're starting to see some of that happen today. Okay, so thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions from the audience right now. But
we're actually, we're over time, Dr. Ennis.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to the audience because we're over time. Thank you so much for your presentation. We certainly appreciate you taking the time to come and share with us today. And we can virtual clap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank
you so much.
Well, I hope everyone is enjoying the conference so far. The meat of systemic racism and the issues that Black Americans deal with on a day-to-day basis. I think this would be a great time for a 10-minute little stretch break. Go grab some more coffee. Before I let the DJ loose so you can have a little background music, I just want to remind everyone that election is in a couple of weeks, and it is imperative that everyone gets out there and vote. And I know many people may not realize this, but even though the deadline has passed, you can still vote the day of election. In fact, you can vote from now up until the day of election. You would just need to go to your polling station and cast a conditional voter registration ballot. So I encourage everyone that even if you didn't make the deadline, your vote matters. Please take the time between now and November 3rd to cast your ballot. And there are so many propositions on this year's ballot. We are promoting this event called Demystifying the Ballot. It will be held October 23rd from noon to 2 p.m. It's to learn more about the ballot sets, a little bit more about the propositions on this year's ballot. Our fabulous Dean Jones is one of the creators of this little teach-in. So I will leave this up with the meeting ID. So you guys could feel free to take a picture, and let's come back in about 10 minutes. DJ Dante, take it away.
On my way to Bootsy Bello with hella though. Try and think what I'ma tell them when they get alone. I'm a glutton for women I shouldn't yearn for. Shouldn't be tempted, but baby, I like to hurt. Or maybe because I was searching, I found me the perfect person, but me and her didn't work out. She buried what you work for. And I carry the bitterness of a cola nut. Jeremy, my parents never showed much. Womanizer probably could have been a feminist, because I respect them, but Lord, I got polygamy problems. The hoodie come from bodies, spending money, it's therapeutic. The way the shit, they don't think that you care to buy. So we buying Prada, Balenciaga, like it is not. And the Ferrari, my favorite's God, and tax problems. Pierre Mars, I dropped 10 on my last visit, and half that at the Saks. I favor black businesses. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. Yeah. Yeah. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. Yo. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. Smack bounty racks on handmade new rags. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. That's everybody from sports to college class to rap and back. the sequel? Damn, this is my second album, how was you sleeping? Dropped the album with Sonic, they thought I was tweaking. A prophet, a genius. I'm flying with Lena, I'm riding with Nina. One right for the shy, one right where I need her. The funny thing is, I'll always be single. I love me some Logan, I love me some Issa. I never get either. Them women is queens me. I'm a drunk, I'm a demon. Heaven knows I'm a dreamer. I seen Taraji and Calvin always hope I could be that. I fell in love with her actress, acting like she don't need me. Polarizing the sun, underrated again. Show business to never love you the way you love it. We come and we go. They quick to forget. So every bougie event I attend, I tell them this. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. Yeah.
I love this song. Assuming I'm rooting for
Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. Snap about 2 racks on handmade blue rags. Assuming I'm rooting for everybody that's black. That's everybody from sports to college class to rap. Louisiana, murder on the beat. Something gotta cut up to you. Yeah. Everybody get your roll on. I know shorty and she doesn't want no slow song. Had a man last year, life goes on. Haven't let the thing loose, girl, it's so long. You been inside, know you like to lay low. I've been peeping what you bringing to the table. Working hard, girl, everything paid for. First, last phone bill, car, no cable. With your phone out, gotta hit them angles. With your phone out, snapping like you Fable. And you showing up, but it's alright. And you showing up, but it's alright. But you showing up, yeah.
We stand a great DJ. Go DJ. That's my DJ.
You really piping up on these. You gotta be nice for what to these. I understand. You got 100 bands. You got a baby band. You got some bad friends. High school pics. You was even bad then. You ain't stressing off no lover in the past tense. You already had them. Working 8 a.m. Finish round 5. All down. You don't see them outside. Yeah, they don't really be the same offline. You know dog days, you know hard times, doing overtime for the last month. Saturday, call the girls, get them gassed up. Gotta hit the club, gotta make that jump. Gotta hit the club like you hit them angles. With your phone out, snapping like you Fable. And you showing up, but it's alright. And you showing up, but it's alright. It's a short life. Yo, boy. Watch the breakdown.
DJ, you better go off.
For real. Hey, the DJ is lit at the conference.
I'm here for it.
Oh, DJ. With the hits. Oh. Back, bring it back. Hey. Hey. Just tell me what to do and I'll get it, baby. Gucci and Carter.
Mr. DJ, if you can hear us, we're not able to hear the music.
Oh, I thought the set was over.
He's on mute. I'm trying to find him to unmute him. And everyone else, please, you go ahead and mute your microphones, but we need to unmute the DJ.
I just sent him the notice that he can unmute himself. I don't know if he can hear though. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. DJ, for giving us a little break dance exercise or whatever. Okay, I hope everyone got their coffee and energized for our next session. Session number 1 was great, and session number 2 is going to be greater. Okay, and let's see. Dr. Hosley, if you would introduce our second speaker, please.
Dr. Hosley, looks like you're muted. I'm gonna.
Yes.
Okay, looks like you're unmuted now.
Sorry. Are we ready for the speaker?
I'm here.
We ready for the introduction?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Yes, we are. Sorry, my microphone was muted.
All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for the day, Dr. Antoinisha Almeen Shavers. Dr. Almeen Shavers, a native of Richmond, California, is an assistant professor in the Department of Africana Studies at San Diego State University. Her research interests include the role of African American women in African civilizations, the role of African American women in liberation movements, Black female embodiment, and gender politics in the Black community. Dr. Almeen Shavers has been extremely active with San Diego State University students through the faculty staff mentor program, faculty in residence position, and is an advisor to 3 organizations. She founded the Black Women Healing Circle, which gave birth to the Black Men's Healing Collective and Black Space for Black queer identified students. Additionally, she has given several presentations about race, class, and gender at UCSD, SDSU, and CSU Fullerton campuses. Lastly, and quite profoundly, she led the Black Revolutionary protests on September 15, 2016, that led to the founding of the Black Resource Center in 2017 at San Diego State University. Join me in a virtual clap as we welcome Dr. Almeen Shavers.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. As you all have heard my introduction, I am Dr. Antoinisha Almeen Shavers. My presentation is entitled How Things Really Cracked Off, the Founding of the Black Resource Center at San Diego State University. This presentation is really important to me for several reasons, because this is my first time being able to, I would say, speak our truth and to really demystify a lot of the false narratives, or rather half-truths, around how the Black Resource Center came about. So here, the Black Resource Center opened on February 28, 2018, And I will show you just a little bit of the opening from that day, which was quite jovial and beautiful, I would argue. If you can't hear me or hear my screen, let me know.
2018 BRC just opened up and we're live. We're here and we're in support of Black excellence. I just did this to my hydro class. So if Britney Spears can survive 2007, I can handle this semester. It's all good. And I have him to hold me accountable for it. Like,
I'm going to kind of skip through because she's talking to a lot of different students. It's real cute and funny. But I'm going to skip to around 6 minutes.
so excited.
Look at all those beautiful Black people, Black students, staff, faculty.
Amazing.
I don't think it's showing the video, it's just showing the PowerPoint.
Singing the Black National Anthem.
We actually can't see the video. We can hear it, but
Yeah.
we can't see
If
it.
you-
It's showing the PowerPoint.
If you click share screen, you can select the window that the video is being shown at, and you
Okay,
can
let's see. So click it says resume share. And then what do I need to do?
or if you click on it, it should say something like new share, and then you can select the you can select the window that you're playing the video from.
Oh, okay. I have to do all
Yeah.
that? Jeez. Okay. So then am I able to do it now? Let's see. Let me know if you can hear it.
You would have to pull it up first, and then share it, and then do that new share.
Okay. I'm not understanding. Let's see if you can hear it when I put on my earphones, which is usually how it happens with my classes. So, but are you saying I need to like?
We can hear it. We just can't see it.
Oh, you can't
if you-
see it.
Yeah. If
Right,
you
we
stop
just
the share-
yeah, we just see the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let me see if I can share this. That's odd. Well, how did the other person do it? His link was right in his PowerPoint.
Not
Okay,
sure.
resume. Can y'all see it?
Maybe because it was embedded in the PowerPoint and it wasn't going to.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
It was embedded in the PowerPoint, I think.
Okay, and that's another, I just copy and paste this into my PowerPoint, and it's a hyperlink. However, I guess there's another process for the embedding, which I did not know. Let's see, I apologize to you all. Let me see if I can start a new share, like you're saying.
I wonder
Or-
if
Right
you know what?
here.
You know what? Let me here. Let me do-
Can you see it now?
let me type this.
Oh, right.
Let me try pulling it up here.
Well,
And
okay, that'll be great because I have like maybe 6 videos, and I was just trying to be able to quickly click on them, click off of them. It's important to the presentation as a whole. I wish I would have known that. Okay, so I did do a new share. Can y'all see this particular screen, this YouTube screen?
We still see the
No.
PowerPoint.
We still see the
if
PowerPoint.
if you do a new share and select desktop, as long as you're comfortable with what is already on
Oh,
your
that's what I've been doing, y'all.
apparently,
I've been doing that. Okay, can y'all see what I'm doing here? Like that I'm going back and forth right now?
no.
Okay, you
No,
don't
it's
see
just a
nothing.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Are
Okay,
we
well maybe I
paused or
should.
yours?
apparently I can't access the video.
Oh God. All right, y'all. Let me-
Dr.
Oh wait, it's the SDSU grand opening of the Black Resource Center.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
However,
here we go. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to share. I'm gonna share it over here for you, so that can you guys see it?
yeah.
All right,
can
let's
see
about 6:25, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, I'll hit play.
Okay. And so, okay. Can y'all
We can see
hear
it.
it?
Was at our weekly African Student Union general body meetings. But now, with this Black Resource Center, we have the ability to and collaborate every single day of the week. Upon several meetings with students, faculty, staff, we're held to determine a concept for a logo that will be representative.
Anthony, can you turn it up a little bit?
Turn it up.
Yeah, I've got my volume all the way up.
I've got my volume all the way up over here too.
You can't hear anything? Can y'all hear now?
It's a lot better now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Share computer sound. Oops.
Yes. Go ahead, take your pictures. Get it now. Get it now. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, that's
Okay. Okay, you can stop now.
Okay.
I go to my PowerPoint.
All right. Now you can go back to sharing your screen.
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that back and forth. So let's see.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all good. I can be the one to type them in at least.
Okay, well, that'll be helpful. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so what you've seen at least was a visual of the Black Resource Center, the opening, and what he said, or one of the leaders, I think that was Quincy, what he said was that we had meetings upon meetings. And in these meetings that occur, they discuss, for example, the proposal, the budget, where the Black Resource Center will be located, and different aspects of the building itself, and how it will come about. However, in regards to the Black Resource Center actually coming onto the campus, it was not simply a let's meet with student affairs, oh, check off this box, yes, you can have a Black Resource Center. It took a significant amount of protest and activism. And so this presentation is to highlight all the protests and activism that had to occur prior to the Black Resource Center even coming about. And the fact that they disregard this fact, to me, speaks to several issues that I can highlight throughout the presentation, but I would say it really de-radicalizes the movement and de-radicalizes the power of us, for example, and it makes it seem as if student affairs, which is a white-dominated entity, just decided on their own to just give us something, give us this space. That's not what happened. Okay, and also at this particular opening, they gave credit to Bayview Baptist Church, which is a church that is right down the street from me, and those members, I had never seen any of those members. I mean, members of the church, maybe the students themselves, but leaders of the church, as if they were hands-on and pushing these demands to be met, and that was not the case. Okay, and so in a nutshell, I would argue, before I actually start the presentation, is that it took an exorbitant amount of energy. It took enormous amounts of energy from Black students to get this space to be on campus. Okay, so let me make sure I can go. So the Black Resource Center, just like any space that we enjoy to ourselves, came about as a result of alt-right resistance and Black collaboration that was not always pretty or unified due to conflicting socio-political ideologies. It was said at this opening, like I said, that it came about as a result of Black students and members from Bayview Baptist Church. This is untrue. The move on behalf of SDSU to give credit to leaders at the Black church, from my perspective, really disregards the activism that took place for about 7 years. And I would argue that it was a strategic move to de-radicalize the efforts of these conscious Black students. And so my presentation is an overview of that Black activism, or lack thereof, that led to the founding of the Black Resource Center at San Diego State University. Can you all hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So in order to fully understand, the activism that took place on San Diego State's campus, I think is important just to kind of give a quick overview or some historical context for Black student protest period. Black students have always engaged in protest and waged all types of, resistance to the powers that be at their universities. Whatever was going on in the actual context, or rather, like the civil rights movement or the Black Power movement, students were also participating in those movements, but on their campuses and outside their campuses. So for example, during the civil rights movement, an organization called SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, waged they basically, excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous, but they participate in voting registration, sit-ins, and freedom rides and marches, for example. And the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was founded by Ella Baker, who is a Black woman that we don't hear about often. We often hear about Martin Luther King and sometimes Rosa Parks, but we don't hear about Ella Baker, who founded 3 organizations for the civil rights movement. She was a key leader in organizing Black students who did all these powerful things for the civil rights movement. During the Black Power movement, Black students on campuses took over lecture halls, boycotted classes, slept in administration buildings, burned trash cans, and in some cases even, came to campuses with pistols. To threaten the administration to make sure that they got their demands met. And all of this occurred and led to Black Studies, for example, being founded. And I will talk about, for example, the Black protests that happened at UCSD in 2010, and which connected later to the start of the Black Lives Matter movement. All these things will matter in regards to how the Black Resource Center came about, because the Black Lives Matter movement, which we are still currently in, I will argue that we're in a second wave of Black Lives Matter movement. The first wave of the Black Lives Matter movement, which started in 2012, 2013, students on San Diego State's campus participated heavily. So in regards to the Black Studies, Black Studies coming about, it came about because of revolutionary Black students. If it wasn't for Black students and Black faculty and staff and community members, we would not have Black Studies. The first Black Studies program was founded at San Francisco State in 1968. And it was a campus strike happened that lasted about 5 months, which is one of the longest strikes in US history. And they had to do all types of things to ensure that the administration in charge gave them their demand of having a Black Studies department. And Black Studies was important for Black people because white people was telling all type of lies in their traditional departments, history, sociology, you name it. They were telling lies about Black people, and Black people luckily knew that they were telling lies, and so demanded that they have a department that reflected them and reflected their perspective. This is a video that I wanted to show, so maybe you can kind of type it in now. I don't even want to go through the whole trying to pull it up. If you can type it in, that'd be great. But in this video, we are going to be able to see the protest that happened at UCSD. So in 2010, there was an organization, or rather a fraternity called Phi Kappa Alpha, who in honor of Black History Month decided to decided to have a what they call a Compton cookout, and they wore blackface and supposedly dressed like Black people in blackface. And so clearly this was a racist party, and they thought they was gonna get away with it. But the Black students at UCSD was not having it. They were strong and mighty, even though they are a very small group. I'm not sure of their student population, but I would argue that it's certainly less than 4%. At San Diego State, our student population in 2013 was, I think, 3.8. It has risen since then to about 4.5%. So the Black students at UCSD decided that it was certainly necessary to protest and protest these, racist attacks upon them. So let's see if we can get this video playing. I just clicked on it. I'm not sure if someone is ready to show it. If you are, please do so. Can y'all see it?
I'm gonna type it in right now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. As you're doing that, I just want to shout out Portia Curry, who is the director of the Black Resource Center. And here we can see an image of Black people in all our glory. She thought it was necessary to create an image for the website that highlighted the diversity of Blackness. So while you're doing that, let me see if y'all can see this one. Can I share? Can y'all see my screen or only the, I see my PowerPoint only?
Only the PowerPoint.
Only the PowerPoint.
Okay, that's okay. When he's getting that ready, I have clicked on the Black Resource Center. On the Black Resource Center.
I can't seem to play that first video that's up there for whatever reason. It just says video unavailable.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I found one by Googling YouTubing the name. Is it called UCSD Compton Cookout Protest 2020?
Yeah.
I can share my screen. So
okay, please do so.
Okay, all right. Let me share my screen here. It says it'll stop you from sharing.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So is this it?
Is that it? Yeah, go ahead and press. Well, it might be.
Okay.
It might not be the same one, but it doesn't matter.
I know that there's a plantation living inside of your back pocket. And I've seen the cottonwoods. They grow across the lines that run down the inside of your palm, your eyes. They are brown. Just like tobacco leaves picked by the hands of those who are only considered 60% human, your lungs, they expand. Like colonialism in the late 1700s, the stories of lynched men still sing inside of your bones. Trust. I know where you've been. But I also know. I know that you are 10 times stronger than Atlas. He may have held the entire world on his shoulders, but you walk around carrying the weight of history and still got the nerve to wear Timberland boots. I don't know how you do it. All I know is that the weight of history will never, ever be heavy enough to break your knees. You were made with intention. You are half struggle. You are half sacrifice. You are 100% purpose and built to survive. God, don't make mistakes. You are here for a reason. So exhale today and breathe tomorrow into your lungs. Because yesterday still sleeps inside of our veins like molecules of water that stick to the inside of busted pipes. We are the pipe dreams of those who exchange their lives for our freedom. We are fragments of light. So whenever you leave the house, make sure that this world can see you shine. All that I ask is that you never be afraid of all the great things that live inside of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing now.
And then I'll share mine. Okay, y'all can see me? Y'all can see me, but now y'all have to pull up my PowerPoint again. All right, bear with me. I'm trying, y'all. These are so smooth. Okay, so
we're here for you. We're here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience. So I do want to read something from the Black Resource Center website. So when you go to the Black Resource Center website at UCSD, they are very clear on how the Black Resource Center came about. Of course, it should be noted that there had to be a series of meetings that occurred so that they can flesh out the Black Resource Center as a whole, but they are clear that it came about because of protests. So for example, it says on the history, the Black Resource Center was born out of strong student advocacy and adamant demands. Through the existence of such a campus unit that unit had been desired for years, a series of racially motivated events during the winter quarter of 2010 elevated the need for a campus space which would cultivate community and create sustainable support for the African and African-American community. Student protests and demonstrations culminated in the establishment of the Black Resource Center. The Black Resource Center officially opened in late May 2013. This was a 3-year battle that occurred on this campus so that they can receive their Black Resource Center, okay? but they are very clear on how it came about, and they write it right on their website. Unfortunately, the Black Resource Center at San Diego State is ignoring the fact that the Black Resource Center came about because of protests. Okay, so in 2012, this individual named George Zimmerman took it upon himself to murder our brother Trayvon Martin. He was also then later acquitted of this crime against our humanity. As a result of this, three women came together: Lisa Garza, Patrisse Cullors, and Opal Tometi came together to basically kicked off the Black Lives Matter movement. From my understanding of Lisa Garza, her response to the acquittal was that, she, wrote a hashtag Black Lives Matter, and it just kind of, I would say, spread, from that point on, and they organize and continue to organize around Black Lives Mattering. And so, like I said earlier, in regards to, when there's a movement taking place, and we're always in movement, Black people are always resisting, even if you don't see us, even when there was a break, I would argue, between, the Black Power movement and what is very visual or visible right now, the Black Lives Matter movement. In between, just because we may not call it anything, doesn't mean that Black people have not been fighting or resisting. I'll just say that. But in regards to movements, Black students always contribute to the movement itself. So when I started San Diego State, when I first got hired at San Diego State in 2013, I started. And I began to immediately organize because I found that it was a need to connect to the students. But to be clear, I received my PhD from Temple University in Africana Studies. I majored in Africana Studies when I went to San Diego State as a student. Okay, I was an undergraduate student at San Diego State. So when I came back with a student-centered mentality. I was also the former president of the Association of Africana Studies Majors and Minors. And so I just came back with, okay, what's up? What are we gonna do? And so at the time there was a Black female student, her name was Shelly Stamps. She was the president of the Association of Africana Studies Majors and Minors. And she was really trying to galvanize Black students and get them to connect to the issues of, racial profiling and racial mistreatment on campus itself, and really just connecting our particular issues to the larger movement. This organization was comprised of Black students that either majored or minored in Black studies. And I would argue that their critical lens on racial issues was usually sharper because they majored in Black studies. And so they had an opportunity to study Black history, to study Black issues, and develop a critical lens that allowed them to see things in deeper ways than maybe the general population, certainly, and also other Black students in general. And this is not no shade to other Black students that had not majored or minored in Black studies. It's just like, if you're an engineer for an engineer major or a sociology major or, a health major, you're going to see different things in a deeper way based on what you're studying, okay? So these particular students, Africana Studies Majors and Minors in general, they had felt that, they lacked, or rather joining other organizations was beneficial for them in all types of ways in regards to social activities and connecting to other Black students. But in regards to, dealing with, I would say, Black issues, racially charged issues, other organizations were not addressing those things. Okay, and I felt the same way when I was a student at San Diego State. I went to San Diego State from 2002 to 2016. Okay. Let's see. There was another organization called the African Student Excellence Council. I'm not sure if this council was founded in 2013, but when I was teaching the class at San Diego State, there was a student by the name of Helena McAllister, and she asked me to be the advisor for this organization. She also was an Africana Studies major, and I believe that she was someone that actually put this organization together. It was a conglomerate of Black leaders from other organizations. They all served on this council. So the presidents of various organizations, SAB, SAS, the Black engineers, the Black science organization. And so they all came together, and I believe on at least twice a month, or perhaps at least once a month. And they discussed whatever programs that they had. One of the things that they was trying to ensure was that they, didn't have programs on the same day, and they could basically build camaraderie between each other, okay? So Helena and Shelley specifically, they were trying to organize a rally to deal with racial profiling on the campus. And Black students had been dealing with all types of issues on the campus. The thing was is that they didn't really have an outlet to, to discuss these things. For example, when I was teaching the class that Helena was a part of, which was Africana Studies 455, we was having a conversation about policing and just, the overall terrain that we find ourselves in still. And there was a few Black students that shared their stories about how they were being profiled and over-policed on the campus itself. And I'm thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, y'all pay, tuition here. Y'all are students here. We need to be doing something about this, And so as a result of these conversations that we're been having in class, and I would also say some level of support from Black faculty in Africana Studies, these students were pushed, or rather motivated, to attempt to try to do something about it. And so they were trying to put together a rally, but before that rally, they wanted to have a meeting just to really hear from students in general. And so, for example, Shelley Stamp sent out emails to Black faculty to join the conversation. But when we had the actual meeting, just a few Black faculty showed up, and those were myself and Dr. Arkabeline. And students actually expressed countless acts of racial profiling on the campus, from students getting guns pulled out on them, from being targeted in crowds when, walking with other white people, they're the only one targeted for jaywalking or whatever is going on at the time, from being asked for identification while they're on campus, and followed by or pulled over by the campus police at higher rates. Treated as suspects or guilty of crimes. And then what was actually, really triggering, and I would say probably even traumatizing, was the weekly dissemination of daily crime reports that seem to always highlight some Black suspect that usually lack details, and it kind of made everyone seem like a potential suspect. So I lived on campus. I was a faculty in residence, and I lived on campus for 4 years. And so I know firsthand, because my husband, he would experience all type of weird things. Of course, he was also being mistreated by the police or harassed by the police in some cases. But he also witnessed or experienced white female students running from him, refusing to get in the elevator with him, just all types of weird things that I would argue was caused by these notions around Black manhood or Black personhood. And then in addition to that, the dissemination of crime reports. But the truth is, not all crimes were highlighted. It was just these random crimes when it came to Black people. For example, I'll talk about that next. This was an example of a crime report. This was the only crime report example that I can find. And this was disseminated in 2013. And as you all can see, it kind of gives a description of a suspect. It says African-American male in his early 20s with a shaved head, wearing all Black clothing. African-American male in his early 20s, wearing a white hoodie. So these types of crime reports, and this is, they had in this particular crime report, they actually had a vehicle description and all, or whatever. But imagine these things going out on a weekly basis. Sometimes it would just be 2 suspects or 1 suspect. This case, it was 5 suspects. And supposedly this particular student was, I guess she had a gun pulled out on her or something like that. I'm not sure. But one of the things is that I'm not saying that it's not true or untrue. It's not that we don't commit crimes. But it seems that the crimes that were happening, for example, on campus that probably were more likely to be white crimes were not reported in the crime alerts. For example, there was 14 rapes on campus, 5 of which was in fraternity houses. We don't own fraternity houses, okay? So we can ascertain that most of those people were probably white men, okay? There were also 2 racialized Islamophobic attacks on Black Muslim women after Trump was elected, for example. That was not reported, or rather it was reported, but we didn't get a crime alert about it. Okay, and then when we when we had that circle, oh, excuse me, hope y'all hear me, I'm talking real fast, maybe I can slow down. When we had that circle to discuss some of the things that were happening on campus, there were students that had basically shared that they had overheard white students making false reports. Now, at the time, I certainly believed it. And maybe some students would say, oh God, no way. But we know that. We just see this situation where a white female person, I'm not sure her name, literally was making a false report while she was being filmed by a Black man, and her dog was being choked out. So making false reports on behalf of white people is not something that is unheard of. At this particular racial profiling pre-meeting, where we were trying to understand the stories of students, this is 2013, there was a Black administrator there, okay? He was present, he was from Faculty Affairs. And so one of the things that was kind of troubling about his perspective is that he argued, it seemed as if he was literally representing the interests of the president. And his response to all those stories that were being told, which were quite sad and disappointing, was that, did you talk to the police? And it's like, well, that is something that, to me, it was insensitive, because the police, as we understand it, and we kind of heard it from the last presentation when he showed the video, the police, they do, find their origins in slave patrols. And so if you want to, if you are being harassed and victimized by the police, do you go to that same entity to make a report? It's like a rape victim being raped and then going to the person that raped them. That's unheard of, And so I was quite frustrated with him. And also too, one of the things that when we were trying to kind of continue to move forward and work together in some sense, one of his ideas was that what about creating a more positive image of Black men on campus, highlighting different Black men, throughout the campus. So we're not kind of trying to make people feel safe, but to, I guess, challenge this very, this image of the Black man as a criminal. And my thing is that has nothing to do with why we are being over policed. That's all in their own minds. And why the mere fact that Black men are on this campus and had to go through all types of barriers to get to this campus, isn't that enough? So during this time period, I wanted to show this video, but I'll skip it. But Black men at UCLA, they put together a video about their particular experience at UCLA. And basically, they were just challenging their institution and, just kind of challenging the fact that they had, low enrollment numbers, that most of the Black male students there were athletes. They even have a line, it's a beautiful poem. It's about 8 brothers in this video. And there was a line that said that there's more Black, we have had more wins, I think, the football or basketball, probably football, excuse me, more wins than there are actual students enrolled. I think it was like 60-some students. And so when this video came out, I know that Black students on my campus was like, okay, wow, there's some push, there's, other Black students are talking about these issues, because at the time it seemed as it was kind of like a bit of a drought. But when they dropped that video, it kind of galvanized and kind of energized some of the students on my campus. But it wasn't enough for the Black male students on our campus, to push forth their own agenda. Now, one of the issues that occurred as a result of Black female students taking charge and taking lead on this, trying to get this racial profiling meeting happening, or this rally started. They also was trying to create a system where, how when you enroll in certain universities, or perhaps, I don't know if this is the case at your JC, but even your jobs, you may even have this where you had like sexual harassment training, for example. They was going to push forth a demand to where, people had racial racial harassment training, for example. And so they were really like, they had gained some momentum. We had several meetings together with other Black male students. And mind you, it was predominantly Black male students that were complaining, or rather not complaining, but sharing their stories that had been quite vicious. Like one Black male student said that he was in a car, he was in a back seat of the back seat of the car, and the driver was pulled over, and the driver was Asian, everybody else in the car was Asian. But the white officers, the white campus police officer came to his side and pulled a gun out on his head. And he said, "I'm not even driving the car. Why are you doing this?" And then he said, "Well, what am I supposed to think when there are, you know, Black men, you know, and Asians in this car? What am I supposed to think?" You know, and it's just like, that was just his normal, you know, behavior. Another Black man, for example, expressed how he was reading a book in the car, and he's from LA. So maybe, I think he's from like Compton or something like that. And so he basically said he was reading a book in the car, and then a police officer came up to his car. He's parked in the student parking lot, came up to his car, you know, to ask for his ID, you know, and that's just strange, right? But then, you know, eventually there was like four or five more cars that pulled up to, you know, handle this situation. And he just said, "Man, I just kept reading my book and just passed it to him," because he said, "I'm used to that behavior. I'm used to that type of treatment in general, you know, in his own community," right? So one of the things that was really troubling about this was that I know one of the meetings, you know, a Black male leader, he said, "You know, I don't know, you know, what y'all talking about. This is not really a big issue. And, you know, and there's not going to be much we can do about it anyway." He really just dismissed our efforts, and it created dissension between the two groups. And also in one of these meetings that they have by themselves, they had an organization called SOB, the Black male men in the Black men in the meeting basically was, you know, calling these Black women aggressive, as if we were just making this stuff up, you know. And to do that, you know, really had a negative impact on the Black female students. Of course, they felt demoralized. They basically end up just, you know, stopping the movement. The movement came to a halt in 2014. And me personally, I understood as a Black studies professor, like, this stuff is very real. But if you don't see it for yourself, I personally cannot. I'm not the movement. I will support you. I will try to provide you with guidance, but I'm not the movement. So it comes to a halt. In 2014, Michael Brown, we all know about what happened with Michael Brown. He's murdered. And this, of course, is not the first murder that occurs in regards to the country, but it does have a particular impact on students on campus. And across the country, 2015, we see at least 102 unarmed Black people killed by the police. These are just a couple of stats. 37 of unarmed police people killed by the police were Black. Or Black people were killed 5 times the rate of white people, and in only 9 of those cases was an officer actually charged with a crime. Some of the things that was happening too on social media, and I would say social media, I think we all know this, the social media made it possible for us to see these murders more conveniently. At this point, I'm not even sharing, you know, videos of Black men being murdered, because I think that the point is well understood. But in 2015, and I'm talking about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Black people ourselves, we were in denial about a lot of things. Excuse me, y'all. We were in denial. I mean, it was at one point, I was actually, you know, sharing these traumatizing videos in my classrooms. And I just, you know, decided a few years ago, enough is enough. I'm not doing this, you know. You all have to understand too, the history of police and outright treacherous behavior. I mean, they would hang Black people too. When we think about the lynching of Black people, specifically Black men, our ancestors were murdered by white people, but also police officers who might have been off-duty police officers, but they certainly were interconnected with those lynchings, for example. And then white folks themselves would take pictures of the lynchings, or, you know, the news media, the white media would come out and take pictures, and then they put them on postcards. And the United States Post Office sent them And it was legal. They sent them from state to state. White folks was enjoying and took pleasure in seeing us in this capacity. And I'll just add that just so that we can understand that these things has always happened, and even when social media was not as big, they were still happening. So as a result of social media, Black people, used it as an opportunity to bring awareness to various things. So for example, when Sandra Bland was murdered, and the police said that she committed suicide. But if you really look at the details of the case, I think Black people, we can put our minds together and ascertain that she was, murdered. And one of the hashtags is if I die in police custody, for example, do not believe them. Okay, to bring awareness to the many Black women that have been murdered, the hashtag Say Her Name was created. And then also, for example, the negative depictions of victims of police brutality, the hashtag if they gun me down, where Black people will show an image of themselves doing, things that might have considered negative, like a picture of them holding money or a picture of them drinking or whatever it is, as opposed to showing them in their graduation outfit or showing them in ways that might be seen as positive. So white media have always has played a role in demonizing the image of the Black person. And then us as Black people, we have also bought into it in some cases. And so Black Twitter or Black, people on Twitter and Instagram and, Black people who are, I would argue, these are activists because they educate us on how we really should see the situation different. In the fall of 2015, in the fall of 2015, we see protests happening at Mizzou, where Missouri football players, they strike in regards to some racial issues that happen on their campus, and they put out a call for Black students across the campus to stand in solidarity with them. And so here's where AMA re-enters. And I say re-enters because the Association of Africana Studies for Majors and Minors was resurrected by Zakiya West and renamed the Africana Major and Minor Association. Okay, so AMA. This was a body of 5 Black female students, all majoring in Africana Studies. And they basically, their revolutionary action, they responded swiftly to this particular call, okay? So this is a press release that they put out, standing in solidarity with students of color at Mizzou and the concerned students of 1950 movement. San Diego State University students will hold a rally in front of Hefner Hall at 12 p.m. Thursday, November 12th. This rally has been organized by concerned students and the Africana Studies Majors and Minor Association in answer to a call to action put forward by activists at Missouri State University on Monday, November 9th. We hope that Mizzou administration immediately meet the demands of concerned students, 1950. Furthermore, we are protesting incidents of racial harassment, racial profiling by campus police, and racial discrimination in acceptance and hiring as experienced by our own student, staff, and faculty of color. So for them, standing in solidarity with the students at Missouri University was also to highlight their particular or our particular issues that were occurring on our campus. And I really want to play this video. This is a video that was made by Yancy, who was the treasurer for AMA. And this is one of the only videos I would say that dealt with the mistreatment of students at San Diego State specifically. I'm not sure how much time I have, and I got a few more slides, but maybe I can, if y'all can't see this, let me know. Maybe I'll probably, play like 30 or 40 seconds of it.
We can see this one because it's embedded.
It's embedded, yes. Let's see if you can hear it, okay? Can y'all hear it?
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay.
Let me ask you, how would you react if the roles were reversed and the victim was white?
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like I see this person who was just sent out on the crime report. They say, white male. Yeah, I see him right here. I'm sitting out front of Starbucks. Can you get someone over here right now, please? I feel really bad and I'm scared. Come on, please, officer. I need someone here right now. How long? All right, I'll be right out front. I'm wearing black pants, white shirt. All right, thank you.
Yeah, can I get a little bit of backup here? Yeah, I've got a guy that looks kind of suspicious. Yeah, we got a guy over here that's kind of acting suspicious. What? What? Whatever I say do, you gotta do it. No. I gotta make sure you don't have a weapon. I don't have a weapon.
The officer said take him out. Take him out.
Because obviously your damn pockets. There's no reason you can. Why are you trespassing? I'm asking you one more time. Why are you trespassing? I told you I'm a student here. Hey! You're resisting. No, I'm not resisting. Resisting. I'm not resisting.
Stop. You're hurting him. Get off.
Stop resisting. Put your arms behind your head. I can't. You're hurting me. Put your arms behind your head. I can't move my arms. Behind your head. I'm a student. I told you. Stop hurting me. I told you I'm a student.
Don't hurt him. Oh my God, you shot him.
Okay, so I'm going to keep going because it is longer and I'm kind of running out of time. But that video, I would argue, was a little bit of what happened to Marquise Campbell, and who was a Black man that came up onto our campus. And so I'll kind of unpack that in a bit. But I believe I might have spelled Ayante's last name wrong, so we'll get it correctly at the end. I'm sorry. That was the edit I was supposed to make. But this was, these are some pictures of the Mizzou protest that happened on campus. And you can see some of his members, some of the members from AMA. And this is fall 2015, okay? So, additionally, we have a situation where in the spring of 2016, there was a Jewish leader that called various students, created flyers, put their names on the flyers, about 7 students who had been fighting for SDSU to divest from corporations, companies that were supporting some of the actions in Israel taken against Palestinians. And so they actually we took a vote on that particular measure and we lost essentially. But what happened was when the Jewish leader created this flyer, he called them terrorists. And so the president, or President Hershon, which you can see him here, he really sent out some, very, his response to this outsider calling our students terrorists was lukewarm at best. And so I won't play the video, but these are some images that took place of that protest. And I found that this was essential for our particular protest because these students were not playing around. And of course, it wasn't just Muslim students, but Muslim students led this particular charge, and they locked the president in his car. He was locked in his car for, I'm not sure how long, okay, but for some time. And so if you're interested in that, please look that up. So that was spring 2016. And the summer of spring 2016, I still lived on campus, and there was a situation where my husband had been harassed by a police officer in our residential hall. And because of all the murders that had taken place nationally, I was just not having it. I was like, listen, if y'all need to know that there's a Black family, that's connected to the campus that you're not gonna be able to treat like trash, then let me let you know. And so I contacted the person that was over us, the faculty and residents. I contacted Kara Barr and I let her know. I said, please email the chief of police and let him know that there is a Black family living in the residential hall, because I'm not playing around. I'm not playing them games with y'all. And so she was like, oh, you know, I don't know if I can do that, but maybe we can call a meeting. And I was like, okay, that's fine. We'll call a meeting. So we end up having a meeting, or myself, my husband, we end up having a meeting with the chief of police, Josh Mays, at the time. And so we was talking about all types of things. And he seemed to be really interested in trying to change the culture of policing and make some systemic changes. However, it just seemed like he didn't really get the ball rolling. Now, this is probably like July that we had this meeting. And I believe we had about 2 meetings with him, actually. We discussed trainings for the police, for example, and the police taking some classes, you know, to kind of overall like change how they police on campus. And I was happy, you know, I was thinking like, okay, maybe, but you know, you don't know how folks gonna be, right? Then school starts, and September 15th, 2016, that this attack happened. Now, before I talk about the attack, I just want to introduce African Student Union. African Student Union was an organization that was founded in the early 70s. It grew out of the need for Black students to unite. And as they were fighting for Black studies, for example, at San Diego State, and fighting for just overall a space for themselves, they founded this organization. It addressed social and political needs. Over time, it has become a social organization that has united students across the campus to discuss important topics that relate to their experience, as well as it allows them to have incredible moments together through social gatherings, laughter, and fun. So at the time, the president was Tony Sparrow. So I don't want to play this video, though I have, you know, a clip of it. But basically, this video shows that a young Black man came onto our campus, and he was near Starbucks. And supposedly there was a series of calls made about him, but it probably was literally just one call. One white female student called and said that she felt, you know, he had some erratic behavior on the video. He looks very calm. Supposedly he trespassed. There was some construction that was happening on our campus, and supposedly he jumped over, but on this particular video, he's by Starbucks. So if he jumped over, you know, he was not a student at San Diego State. It's possible that he had no idea where he was going and was trying to, you know, learn some information about the campus, but he didn't do anything in regards in that area. So when they found him, he was literally standing up and kind of chilling, okay? And so the video shows them doing that. And then they all of a sudden are arresting him and body slamming him to the ground. This is the first time we've witnessed that type of behavior from the police on our campus, at least in that time span that I was there, okay? So after that video is sent across the campus to, you know, to various Black students, I get the video and I'm like, oh, heck no, I just met with the chief of police and then we got this stuff happening right on our campus. Okay, and so the first thing I do basically is go to the ASU meeting, which was happening that very day, and it almost kind of worked out perfectly. They usually have their meetings, I believe, on a Thursday, and it was around 3:30. And so when I went to this meeting, it was filled because most people knew about it. The staff was there, Black staff was there, some Black faculty were there. And when they played the video and the students were outraged. Now, all students were not outraged. It was kind of like, some confusion, like, okay, what did he do? Blah, blah, blah. But I would say that a significant amount of students was outraged. But ASU leaders wanted to move on. You know, they had a party coming up. They had something planned for that particular meeting, and they wanted to move on. But there was a significant amount of students who was like, oh no, we can't move on. We just seen something absolutely horrific. And so I fed off that energy. And I remember some of the leaders saying, okay, well, if we're going to protest, we can do it on Monday, blah, blah, blah. And from my perspective, I was like, nah, if we're going to do it, we do it right now because there's enough of us here in this space. Come Monday, nobody will even go to it. And so I jumped right into organizational mode, right? And so I said, okay, if we're going to do it, we do it now. Let's elect 2 spokespeople that can talk to the president and get y'all answers met. And I had them come up with, 3 to 4 questions. People came up with questions, and most of the questions were centered around what happened, what did he do, type of thing. I had them come up with a hashtag, which was Black SC issue under attack. They came up with that. Blacks Under Attack, SDSU, or something like that. But it was really important because, you know, the hashtag movement was happening. And so I was like, okay, come up with a hashtag, because I knew people could immediately get to it. Supposedly even Chance the Rapper retweeted some of our tweets, or one of our tweets. I couldn't find it, but that's what they said during that time period. And I elected for us to do a silent protest, because at some level I did know that the conscious level of those Black students was not as high as the conscious level as Africana Studies majors and minors. If it was simply Africana Studies majors and minors, I might have added a little twist to it. But I was like, you know what? You know, because the Muslim students locked the president in the car. They wasn't playing around. It was no issue. But I was like, you know what? Let's do something simple that everybody could take pride in and not feel that it was so radical for them, right? So I said, okay, we'll march in two lines, you know, two single file lines together with our Black fists up, silent, okay? And I led that particular line, okay? I said, if I'm gonna make the students go, I'm gonna go off first. And this was important because I wasn't tenured, and I'm still not tenured, because I spent a significant amount of energy organizing with the students and fighting with them on issues around police mistreatment, okay? So we marched around the school instead of just marching straight from the student union to Manchester Hall, which is the president's office. We marched around because I thought it was important for everybody to see beautiful Blackness and us all in our glory, right? But this was one of the first Black protests that we had in at least 7 years since I had been there. I would argue even 10. Okay, so this was a hashtag that we came up with. If I click on this, you might not see it. But these are some pictures from that particular day. You can even see Toni right here in front of the news media. She felt it was really important for her to take charge, take lead, and talk to the media personally. Here we see Chief Josh Mays, and he was called out, of course, to come to the meeting, because the president, once we got in front of this hall, they had already locked the doors, and the president was not even present. Okay, it's not that he skipped out. I think he was even out of town or something like that already. So we directed our questions to Chief Josh Mays, because me and him had met a couple times. He came up to me first and was like, "Antonisha, what should I say?" You know, because the media was there. I'm like, "Man, you better do your job. You're not paying me. Shoot." You know, I'm not, you know, we're not on the same page. But I was like, you got to say the truth. Tell the truth, you know. So that happened September 15, 2016. And then after that, Marquise Campbell is the brother that was abused by the police on our campus. He was arrested. And so our students, AMA, and members of the Black Graduate Student Association, which was founded by Maisha Butler, basically stayed with the case. They made sure that they followed the case, and they were and Maisha Butler was also a former Africana Studies major before. She's a master's student at this time, but she majored in Africana Studies as her undergrad, and I think even at San Francisco State, actually. And so to have these politically astute students who majored in Black studies, it was key, because they essentially led the movement. Okay, and so these students stayed with Marquise Campbell, and they went to his cases or trials, for example, just to see how they was handling the case, because you understand, and I think we can see how the police and, you know, the criminal justice system works and operates. And so simultaneously, though, there was always someone from the news media that was from San Diego State, from the Daily Aztec, that was also present. So they were writing about it. What ended up happening was that they ended up dropping the charges against Marquise Campbell, but when they released him, from my understanding, they released him with no socks and shoes. And so it forced him to then have to go and take some socks, and then he was rearrested. Okay. So after the protest that happened September 15th, these particular students created demands, and they met with the president of the school. Terry Cyber, for example, who was a Black graduate student, and amongst other students, and Dr. Nola Butler, Dr. Adisa Kavalon had a few meetings with the president, and they sent these particular demands. Okay. They wanted the DA to drop charges against Marquise Campbell. They wanted the president or those in power to voice some empathy for the Black community and other communities, and to speak against various issues that was happening against the on the campus. They wanted to have an open forum on policing, address student and community concerns. They also wanted to start tracking racial profiling. They wanted to create trainings that would like best practices for de-escalating all officer involved situations. And they also wanted to create creation of mental health response unit that is deployed in all situations where a person mental health or substance use is in question. And so, because they also argue that Marquise Campbell was under the influence, even though when they tested him, they found a very low level of drugs that could have been associated also with over-the-counter drugs. So essentially, they really had nothing on them. That's why they dropped them charges. They also wanted the police to be disarmed, the use of body cameras, and a whole slew of different issues, right? So I'll keep moving on. But these things were all very, very important. And another important demand they had was, and I have it highlighted, was to fund a Black Resource Center. Now, I'll go back to UCSD because the truth is a lot of us didn't even have a context for, oh, wait a minute, we should have our own space too. And it's because of the activism of Black students at UCSD that we was able to pinpoint and say, hey, we want one of those too. We were in connection to each other. Our fraternities and sororities are certainly connected. So we asked for that as well, okay? I believe in Maisha Brother worked at the Black Resource Center at UCSD at some point. So the language for the Black Resource Center came from revolutionary Black students. The list of demands that the students at San Diego State put forth also was connected to the demands. I'm not going to be able to see it, but I won't even try. But there was a list of demands that was put forth, and you might want to just take down at least this website, a list of demands that was put forth by Black students across the country. At least about 10 schools are on this website. Our school is not actually on our website, which suggests that there are probably, several other schools that are not on the website. But they, at the same time, during this first wave of Black Lives Matter movement, Black students are putting forth demands and pressuring their administration to do more than what they were doing. Okay, so I'll kind of move forward from this. These are additional protests that took place in the name of just issues on campus, and also particularly for Marquise Campbell, for example. Now, one of the issues that I found in my research was that there was a conflict between the two groups. AMA and BGSA, for example, I deemed them the radical groups. And they put forth these demands, and through personal correspondence, for example, that I was able to read, they, the leader of AMA reduced, or whomever reduced it, but this was the demands that they shared with the other group, right? And the first one on the list was a Black Resource Center, okay? Now, ASEC leaders, which was a combination of Black student leaders, period, of different organizations, they necessarily didn't feel that it was important to continue on with Marquise Campbell case. They felt that it was important to distance themselves from that particular case. For example, someone said that I feel like, we're going to defend a criminal. Our protest was for answers. And so for them, it was, hey, we need to move on. Another person said, I feel like the demands are more focused on Marquise than it is us, but that's just my opinion. I personally don't think that the demand list should be given. Another person said that I feel like you can't say these demands are coming from an entire community because we all didn't collectively agree on them. And so what I put this information out without the names of the leaders because it is clear that AMA, the Black Graduate Organization, these two radical groups were responsible for the Black Resource Center coming about in the first place. Okay, and I wanted to give this quote because Malcolm X is, one of our great ancestors, and he says, "If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing." And so this is a connection to this idea that Marquise Campbell was automatically a criminal. How is it that he's a criminal based on the fact that the charges was dropped against him? And yeah, he stole a pair of socks, but can we also look at the social circumstances that he's put in, for example? Where's the empathy for each other? And so my point is that if we are going to, we're talking about lifting Black consciousness, if we can't, we need to be able to have a level of empathy for each other because we can not depend on white folks to have that for us. And empathy should come from us first anyway. So what
Dr.
happened was,
Shavers,
go ahead.
I'm going to have to do a time check. We
thank
have
you.
about 5 to 10 minutes. So I know
we wanted to do the
maybe you
breakout
might,
questions. Yeah, won't be able to do
you
that.
might have to either skip that or possibly just go into questions. If students have questions, we can.
Yeah, we can just go with the questions, and then I would just basically skip this particular thing. I know that in a nutshell, the student affairs opted to meet with the accommodating students. And those students that actually put forth the demands and asked for a Black Resource Center, they were completely dismissed and pushed to the side. And those students that were a part of ASEC, they did pick up the mantle and did the work so that the Black Resource Center can come about. That means that they wrote the proposal. This is an example of them writing the proposal. And they also, created the budget and those type of things. So the logistics, I would argue that the ASEC was certainly responsible for. But if we don't talk about the whole entire picture, we are missing out on the power or the full power of us. So I'll stop there. And I will open it up for any questions at this point. I don't know how much time I have. I'm sorry I wasn't able to do the breakout sessions, but I certainly would love, some conversation. Thank you.
So if anyone would like to ask questions, just once again, raise your hand at the bottom of the Zoom link and you will be unmuted.
Let me see. Stop sharing.
Where's that raise your hand link?
So if you go onto the participants at the bottom of the screen and you open it, you should see a little blue hand that you can push. And then I'll unmute you once I see your hand.
Just click on your name.
So yeah, just open it up on participants, and then on the bottom of that white screen that opens, you will see a little blue hand, and then if you push that. But if you have, okay, all right. Oh, I saw somebody and then it went down. Are you the one that has the question? You can go ahead and ask since you're unmuted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dr. Shavers, I just wanted to ask this question again, given the time it was past when we discussed it at a faculty meeting. The question is, have you had a chance to get this written up in some shape or form so that the present students at the Black Resource Center know the radical history of the center itself, so such that it doesn't become, watered down, and they think of it as a social center with a little bit of lime twist, that it has a much more intricate and multi-level origin.
Right. Thank you for that question. This is it. I lost a lot, when I was interviewing Zakia, for example, who's the former president of AMA. She talked about, tell them about the toll it takes on you, the activism, being conscious, and then also moving forth in your consciousness. I lost a lot. I had, led that protest, and then those students had the nerve to, be unsure about their actions. They said that I made them do it, and I was forced to come back a week later and apologize to those students for forcing them to do that protest. But I was pregnant that week, and a week later, I didn't have my child, my baby, because of that. So I lost a lot. I say that because I had to give some context, and so. In losing a lot and in doing so much on this campus, it took a toll on me. I had a mental breakdown, and I finally 2 years later able to get back up and even share this story today. So yes, I have written it up, and y'all just seen it. Exclusive look. Thank you, Dr. Merritt.
And just
thank you.
Personally, for a person who went through, certainly not on the level that you went through when I was an undergraduate, I just want to express my respect and appreciation for what you did and what you continue to do from a colleague perspective, because this stuff follows you. It followed me when I was a graduate student at UCSD. I led some protests on the campus when I was here. I was in a straight program, MA through PhD, UCSD, right? And then get this call up when you passed your master's and they want to approve you for continuance. And those things came up, and I got a, not exactly a rejection letter, but a lack, I guess it was a lack of support. So that's another story unto itself. I'm not going to belabor people, but you do, I'm just in solidarity. You lose things for leading things.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And the next one is Chauncey Beatty, and I'll unmute.
Hi, sis. This is my sister, my best friend. Hi, Chauncey.
Hey, love. I just want to praise you for your journey and how you've contributed not only to the school, but to the continuation of the ways that Black people are fighting to liberate themselves. I want to praise you for putting this together. I want to praise you for the risk of sharing it again. And just thank you for your work in the world.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we'll have Tanjane Walker. I'll unmute you.
Peace. Dr. Antonisha, I want to first say that this is my second or third time having the honor of hearing you share anything. And as always, I follow you on Instagram. I am a local fan. I'm a San Diego native. We share common friends. You are a light. And I just wanted to express a multitude of gratitude for your vulnerability, for you laboring for us, Black women, in a world where the responsibility is often on you. I just want to be graceful and offer you that grace and just say thank you so much. And as a student, I just want to also say I had no idea that that is what occurred at San Diego State. I actually followed the Black Resource Center at State. It was my first school of choice coming out of community college in San Diego, but I decided to go out of state. So I follow a lot of their Black resources. I have a friend that attends that school. That resource center is amazing, has given me a lot of ideas personally for my own activism. They have a lot of good content on their Instagram page, so I can imagine what they're doing on the campus. So thank you. Also, the first time I heard you speak was during my community college experience. And as a student of Black Studies, I've learned that we have a responsibility to the community to pour back into it what it's given to us. And you have affirmed me in the necessity of always sharing the work that I've done, because they do lie on us and they do lie about the story, about what is occurring. And it's so significant for me to hear this right now in a time where I often feel fearful to share my story, that maybe I'm requesting too much credit, but it's mine. And thank you. And thank you. And the power of the students is so significant. The Black student movement is one of my heaviest interests, because I didn't know how important we are. We are the bridge to higher academia and the community. The work that we do is exclusive to being a Black student. No one else can do the work of Black students. So thank you so much for continuing to be inspiration. I love you, and
I love you too, sister. Thank you, Queen. Yes.
All right, thank you. And next we'll hear from Mary Jones.
Miss Mary.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Mary Jones, and hello, Dr. Alameen. I am one of Dr. Alameen's student at SDSU in her AFRAS 455 class. And Dr. Alameen, I'm so glad that you shared with us the story of your hard work, and I'm glad that you did speak to everyone, because many people have no idea of the hard work, the time that goes into making change. And you devoted your time. That comes from, it takes heart and spirit to do that. You did that at your own initiative. You were not paid X amount of dollars to do that. You have a compassion for people. You are a great motivator. You know, the first time, you know, I'm a middle-aged student, and I've had some challenges, you know, just staying in school. But all of my professors are wonderful. I'm a Africana Studies major, and I'm glad to be able to attend school. And I just become more, I would say, you know, when I do hear the story of how you led that activism for the BRC, it motivates me to continue with my studies. And I give you thumbs up, and you are a wonderful person, and you are a godsend. So thank you so much for all your hard work and your efforts.
I love you. Thank you. And I'm so happy to have you as a student.
Thank you.
And the next we'll hear from is Zakia West.
Yes.
Should be and be able to unmute.
Hi, Zakia.
Hi, everyone.
Did I do you justice, Zakia? That was something I wanted to say. What you feel that because can I just say something real quick? Because when they had the Black Resource Center opening, they didn't mention any of the efforts of Maisha Butler, Zakia West, Ayanti, Terry Cyber. There's other names I am not able to mention right now. And it was disheartening and demoralizing. This organization, AMA, did so much for this campus, and essentially, you know, was not able to do any more after that, just like myself. And it's not fair. Even the Black students themselves that took the credit, they should have looked back and say, well, wait a minute. We only where we are because of this, but I had to come back and say, no, when I get the strength, I will tell our story. So go ahead, Zakia, sorry.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. This was a great presentation. You know, even though I graduated so long ago, it feels like that I'm really glad that, you know, we pretty much each took our time off and, you know, was able to, you know, think about everything, you know, heal ourselves before we jump back in. And I just really want to thank you for doing this presentation, for bringing light to many student activists of this time to, you know, contribute to the creation of the Black Resource Center. And for those who are just watching, like for other students who are watching that, you know, this comes with sacrifice, as Dr. Al-Ameen Shavers has already mentioned. But the thing is, you're preparing for the next generation. And I am glad that even though we had to pretty much suffer and fight for this, I'm glad that the future generation will be able to use it. And I'm just really glad that Dr. Ali was just able to get that story out there. And, you know, now people know, and hopefully more people will start, you know, digging into it and saying, how did it get started? Mm-hmm. You know, that same curiosity that you know, that sparks people to even go to college. So just thank you again, Dr. Al-Ameen, so much. I love you so much.
You're welcome. I love you too.
And it looks like we have one more question from Dr. Marquita Gamaj, and I will ask to unmute you, and it should.
My sister.
Yes, so thank you so much, Antonisha, for your sacrifice and your brilliance that you shared with us today. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done in terms of being a Black woman professor at a predominantly white institution. You stepped into the fire and you caught fire. And the brilliance about you and your beauty is that you did not burn. Instead, you transformed that space. You aided those students and helped empower them, because that's our job as professors. We empower students to be change agents in the world, and they have to start in their own spaces. And that's what you were able to do. And it's so beautiful to see you come full circle, because you were once that student. And so it's so see how you have transformed that space and have now begun to empower others. And so I just applaud you for being able to speak on this, and just want to, you know, reiterate that the struggle is real. You know, the fire is hot, and yet we continue to catch that fire. We continue to transform it into something that we can use to empower others. So thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for your brilliance that you offer to us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, sister. One of my other best friends. I love you.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank you, Dr. Al-Ameen Shavers, for your time with us today. We know that you are busy. We appreciate you taking the time and coming and sharing this information with us. It has been great and informative, and just thank you from all of us. And let's give her a virtual clap, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. All right, there's a list of critical questions. If you have a class in here, take those questions back and perhaps y'all can unpack them in your class. They're still relevant questions that we didn't get to connect to.
Thank you so much. And we are, we're a little over time here, so we need a break. We are going to break for at least 10 minutes to give people time. You need to get up, stretch, do a little bit of self-care, look outside or something, get a drink of water, and we will come back in about 10 minutes. Please listen out. Thank you and enjoy the music. GJ, take it away.
If you want to be on top, yeah.
Low waist, fat, baby, tap in. Tap in. Diamonds dancing on your neck, better tap in. Tap in. Getting money, get rich, baby, tap in. Tap in. MOB, I see gang, better tap in. Tap in. Wrist on glitter, waist on thinner. I'ma show you how to bag an 8-figure. On that, pockets on jigger. You better get the card and make it swipe like in the third shit chiller. When he post me, out of get some killer. I don't need fillers. Never been a lime, so the real chicks feel me. Daddy on the FaceTime, you can never take mine. End up on a dateline. Bitch with no day job. Keep your wop. Always on the course side. Big millionaire boys wanna eat me out. West Coast, they wanna go down south. I'm just lame little rapper. What's clout? He can put it in his mouth.
This is something new, the Casper Slide Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band. And this time, we're gonna get funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Oh, yeah. Come on. Cha-cha, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Right foot again. Left foot again. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Hello. Oh! 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 All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down. Let me see you just get low, scrub the ground. Let me see you just push it up. Let me see you just wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. 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 big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up. Big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up. Big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up. Big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up. Shaking it, it's like tango, man. I'm shaking the city like cake. The haters blow in the face like Gonzo, cause I'm making the cake, so let's make it. I'm taking the game's mine. Y'all witness the change, it's my time. Yeah, I'm new to the game, but y'all might wanna say you act rap, stay late, say the time. I can dance, homie, I don't choose step. Y'all looking at something like a true player. A girl told me that a man that can dance might could possibly get down with the tool in his hand. Now I'm a ladies, let me see it vibrate. And when it's over, you ain't gonna need your verb. Cause I'm a pro, make you bring your back load and a pound of real flag to let the percolate. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. 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 Man, I got that swag. My head up to my bag. You know I'm popping tag. But man, I got that swag. Man, I got that swag. My head up to my bag. You know I'm popping tag. But man, I got that swag. When I serve, now I be surfing swag. I'm on him, excited. Get polo. Got a bag or beside me, and a friend right behind me, and I'm swag. I'm swag. I'm feeling like this determined on patrol. Yeah, I'm on purple bottoms on. Yeah, I'm smoking strong. And you know I'm on cause I'm swag. I'm feeling like this determined. I'm feeling good with a pocket full of bags. Keep stupid friends like a rat up in some rain.
DJ Dante, thank you so much for providing a little mid-break jam session. I hope everyone has gone and gotten their coffee and their snacks because we're in for another treat with our keynote speaker. Tycee, are you on the line?
I am. Yes, I am. I am ready. And we have Dr. Carbado is here. So it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Devin Carbado. Dr. Carbado is the Honorable Harry Pregerson Professor of Law at UCLA School of Law and the former Associate Vice Chancellor of Bruin X for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. He teaches constitutional criminal procedure, constitutional law, critical race theory, and criminal adjudication. My apologies. He has won numerous teaching awards, including being elected Professor of the Year by the UCLA School of Law classes. In 2018, he was named an inaugural recipient for the Atlanta Fellowship for Racial Equity. Dr. Carbotto writes in the areas of employment discrimination, criminal procedure, implicit bias, constitutional law, and critical race theory. Dr. Carbotto graduated from Harvard Law School in 1994. At Harvard, he was editor-in-chief of the Harvard Black Letter Law Journal, a member of the Board of Student Advisors, and a winner of the Northeast Frederick Douglass Court Competition. Dr. Carbotto joined the UCLA School of Law in 1997. He served as Vice Dean for Faculty and Research at the School of Law, and again from 2006 to 2007, and again from 2009 to 2010. Dr. Carbotto is currently working on a series of articles on affirmative action and a book on race, law, and police violence. Please join me by giving a virtual clap and welcome to Dr. Carbotto.
Hey everyone, it's good to be here and participating in this wonderful conference that's been organized. So I'm really happy to have the chance to engage you all in this way. I'm hoping that you'll have questions so that I don't have to talk for an entire hour. So, please raise your hand, your virtual hand at any moment that you want to weigh in. I'm happy to take questions throughout. And of course, I'll pause at particular moments to get your input as well. So the title of the presentation is Combating Racial Inequality, because I want us to think about the different ways in which we might understand racial inequality and how we might begin dealing with it. I mean, in some sense, what we're trying to do is to close the gap between where we are on questions of race and racial inequality and where we want to be. There's a gap, and the issue is, how do we describe that gap and how do we close it? In leading the conversation in this way, I don't want you to think that I'm the all-knowing racial inequality owl. I mean, I know some stuff, I'm going to share it with you, but it's not the case that I know everything. So this is a space where I'm hoping, again, that you'll weigh in with your own knowledge, with your own experiences, and tell me where things resonate, where they don't resonate, where you find things persuasive, where you don't find things persuasive. This really is an opportunity for you to share your views on this important topic as well, and for me to learn from the perspectives that you mean to share. So here's roughly how I want to have the conversation. So I'm going to begin by saying something about frames. Like, why do we care about frames? How do frames shape what we see? Then I'm gonna give you a way of thinking big about racial inequality, thinking structurally. You've heard about the need we might have to view problems of race from a structural perspective. What does that mean? How can we do it? And finally, I'll say something about implicit bias. Thinking small. Thinking small, turns out, is important as well. The end game here is to think both big and small about problems of racial inequality. And that sounds a little bit abstract, but let's start at the very beginning with a discussion about frames. So here's the problem. The dominant way in which we think about inequality is this. We're looking for individual people, bad people, who engage in individual acts of discrimination against individual people. So we're looking for intentional discriminators. And that's important. There are people who out in the real world engage in intentional discrimination, but that's a limited way of thinking about the problem. As I've tried to suggest, we need to think big and small, and that sounds a little bit abstract. So let's start with thinking big by thinking, again, structurally. So I want us to think big by focusing first, not on people, but on cows. And you're probably already thinking I'm going too far. I'm asking you to think about cows in the context of a conversation about discrimination and people, but just stay with me for this exercise. So I'm a board member of the African American Policy Forum, and we sometimes use this particular image. Kim Crenshaw and Luke Harris started the African American Forum maybe 22, 23 years ago, and their project was to take an intersectional approach to race, A, but B, to think structuralism about race as well. And this is one of the image that they use, and we doctor it up in a particular way to make a point. So I'm gonna say that the cows are sick. And the question is, why are the cows sick? And if we were to go back and forth about it, some of you might say the cows are sick because the cows are not grazing properly. They're not drinking enough water. They're not exercising. We'll blame the cows. The cows are sick because of something the cows are doing to themselves or failing to do for themselves. Another set of responses might say, no, it's not about the cows really. It's about the farmer. That farmer just doesn't like the cows. The farmer is a cowcist, like a racist. So we have a cowcist. So the answers that you get is the cows are sick because of what they're doing to themselves or failing to do for themselves, or the cows are sick because the farmer is mistreating the cows. But if we pull back the frame of this image, if we pull back the frame, we see that the cows exist in a toxic environment. That's what it might mean to think big. We're looking at the overarching environment and seeing that, no matter what the cows are doing, they're going to be sick. That toxicity is going to get to them. No matter what the farmer is doing to the cows, they're going to get sick because that toxicity is going to get to them. We need to think big, in other words. Now we could, when we think big, say the answer for the cows is for them in this moment to, well, wear masks. We're talking a little about masks. We might say, look, cow, just wear a mask. You'll be all good. We might think that wearing mask is going to cramp the cow's style. So their mooing is not going to be as smooth as it would be without the mask. Or maybe now is a moment where we see their funny ears. So it's not really the cool cow anymore. It's a cow with the big ears. But we might say, look, wear masks. Or maybe we'll say, let's have the farmer do some cow diversity training via Zoom. So the farmer's on Zoom listening to this cow story, that cow story, that cow story, and that cow story. So it's about cow stories. But what if we took another approach? What if we say, no, what we really need to do is scrub the environment? That's what we should be fundamentally doing, is scrubbing the environment. And if we scrub the environment so that it looks like this, the cows are in a better position. It doesn't mean that we don't want the farmer to do cow training. It doesn't mean that we don't want the cows to wear masks, but it might mean that the fundamental challenge is for us to clean up this image, to clean up the environment so that the toxicity is no longer there. So you can think about how that might translate with respect to cleaning up the problem of race. How do we clean up the problem of race? We have to think big and deal with some fundamental environmental concerns. The environmental concerns might be housing. The environmental concerns might be racial segregation. The environmental concerns might be policing. It's not just looking for individual bad people engaging in individual acts of discrimination against other individual people. It's bigger than that. So here's another way to think big by way of this concept that I'm tentatively thinking about as racial accumulation. So for this particular concept, you need to do some math. So this is not calculus. So just, again, stay with me. We can roll through this math without too much difficulty. The math problem requires us to think about Martin Luther King. So many of you are familiar with Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. But in part of that speech, he said more than we need to hold hands and think beyond the color of our skin. He said that, to be sure. But he also said that with respect to the March on Washington, Black people had come to the national capital to cash a check. They came to the national capital to cash a check to Black people for civil rights, because a debt was owed to Black people, he said. The problem is that when Black people come to cash this check, it always gets marked insufficient funds. And so the check, in other words, bounces. But I want to assume that the check doesn't bounce, that the check in fact clears. I want to assume that the check clears for this particular reason. The civil rights check that Black people have gotten over the years has never been enough, even if it's cleared, to deal with the civil rights problem of the time. So to repeat that, the civil rights check that has been dished out to deal with racial inequality has never been enough to address the civil rights problem at the time. So to make that a little bit more concrete, here's where we do the math. So the math goes something like this. Let's assume that at some particular moment we have racial inequality. We will call that racial inequality slavery. Slavery is the racial inequality. No one's going to say that slavery wasn't a moment of racial inequality. Well, a few people might, but for the most part, no one's going to say that. But then we have our civil rights check. The civil rights check is Reconstruction. So remember, Reconstruction is a moment in which slavery is abolished. We get the 13th Amendment, that's the one that abolishes slavery. The 14th Amendment that says Black people are now citizens. And we get the 15th Amendment that says you can't restrict the right to vote on the basis of race. So you get all of these things in the context of Reconstruction. So here's my math problem for you. When you cash the civil rights check of Reconstruction, when you minus that civil rights check from the racial inequality of slavery, what do you get? The chances are twofold. Do you get A, zero racial inequality, or do you get some racial inequality left over? What do you get? What do you get? So this is a moment in which those of you who think you get zero racial inequality, just put your virtual thumb in the air. When you do this math, you get zero racial inequality. Those of you who think you get some racial inequality, that you clear the check, but you still have leftover racial inequality, put your thumb in the air. Let's see your virtual thumb. So either you're not putting your thumb in the air, so I don't know how to know how you're thinking about this. If someone wants to weigh in on this point, I can pause. Anyone want to just say something about whether you get zero racial inequality or some racial inequality? Anyone wants to offer a perspective on this? Just jump in.
And maybe I should chime in here and just say, if you want to raise your hand on the participation at the bottom of Zoom, you can raise your hand and I will unmute you.
So anyone want to weigh in on this problem? Just give me your perspective. No takers?
Yes, someone raised their hand. 1 second.
Sorry, Raquel, you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. Charlie Johnson, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Hi, Doctor. To answer your question, I believe we receive zero racial inequality.
You think we get zero? So that in the context of Reconstruction, what are we talking about? So we're in 1880. There is no racial inequality in that context.
Well, during Reconstruction, we got a little bit. We were able to get, elected officials. We were able to get some rights, but when place versus Ferguson came and Jim Crow came, it went all the way. It was nothing. Like they gave us a quarter and they took $1.
Okay, so you're saying there is racial inequality in the context of Reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah. So the point is, look, so you have slavery. It's basically you say, look, this is slavery. We're going to enslave you. Just think about it this way. We're going to enslave you for hundreds of years. Then we're going to stop enslaving you. Okay? So when you've stopped enslaving people who are formerly enslaved, are they racially equal now? Are they like, do they have the same power as white people in this moment?
Never.
They don't have it. So just think, you know, so like you say, okay, I enslaved you and I'm going to stop enslaving you. And now the issue is, well, are you racially equal or are you still experiencing racial inequality? And the point is, Reconstruction was important. It was very important to get the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and 15th Amendment. Those are important moves. But the fact that you get those doesn't mean that you now don't have any racial inequality. You still have some racial inequality. And if you think about how the math then works, then you've got to pile on Jim Crow. So you end slavery, you get Reconstruction, and then you get Jim Crow, and so on. So racial inequality keeps building on itself. So even as you get these civil rights check, and let's say they cash, they don't fundamentally create a society in which what Black people have is what white people have. So these moves are important. Brown v. Board of Education was really important. Brown versus Board of Education said separate but equal is unconstitutional. But when Brown is decided, think about the massive resistance that you see in the 1960s to Brown, where the political slogan is segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. Even after Brown is decided, those ideas still circulate. So the point I'm making here is really that we always have some moment in which the nation says we need to do better. And the question is whether those moments are enough to address the civil rights problem that preceded it. Slavery, Reconstruction. Do you get zero? No, you still have inequality. Jim Crow, Brown. Do you get zero? No, you still have some inequality. So inequality accumulates over time because the civil rights check is never enough to completely eradicate it. What we want is a civil rights check that completely eradicates racial inequality, but we've never gotten that kind of check. So even if we stipulate that the check has been cashed, it's never been enough. It's never been enough to deal with the underlying problem of race. To think about this another way, moment one, we say racism is legal, that's slavery. Then we say racism is illegal, that's the 13th Amendment. Then we say racism is legal, that's Jim Crow. Then we say racism is illegal, that's Brown v. Board of Education, and so on. In the current political context, we say mass incarceration is legal. We say particular forms of discrimination is legal when you can't prove intent. In order for you to bring claims of discrimination under particular provisions of the Constitution, you need to find an individual bad actor who engages in individual discrimination against someone. That's pretty hard to find. If you want to say, let's look at disparities, there are a bunch of disparities, racial disparities in housing, in healthcare, in incarceration, in every single domain of social life, there are these racial disparities. I'm focusing on Black people, but we could tell the same story about Latinos. It's the same inequality, or Indigenous people, or Asian American communities. It's the same story. But grappling with that racism as a matter of law is really hard because the framework for dealing with it is racism is individual bad action. If that's the frame, you're not scrubbing the sky for toxicity. You're not dealing with the environment. You're dealing with just bad people, which is not going to be enough. And there are other features of law that are relevant here that I want to mention before moving on. Some of these I've already suggested. One is, again, the intentional model of discrimination. The other is courts saying societal discrimination, what's that? We can't address societal discrimination. That's just too amorphous a concept, so we're not going to deal with that. Disparate impact, if you show disparate impact, that is not going to be enough to prove discrimination. And then the general idea that anytime you intervene to deal with racial inequality, we call that a racial preference. So if you say tomorrow, I'm going to go out there and adopt a policy that deals with Black underemployment, the notion is that's a racial preference. Or I'm going to try and increase the representation of Black people in colleges and university. That's a racial preference. And think about this particular image that we talked about. Does it make sense to say that cleaning up the environment is an animal preference for cows? Would we say that? We wouldn't say that. We would say it's our responsibility to get rid of that toxicity. Why isn't it our responsibility to get rid of racism that's out there in our environment? Why is it that efforts to do that gets framed as a racial preference? Why? When again, we wouldn't say that this is an animal preference. That's stupid to call this an animal preference. We wouldn't do that, but that's what we do with race. Anytime you make a move to deal with race inequality, we say racial preference. This framework, this image suggests why that's not a particularly compelling way to think about it. What you're trying to do is unburden people, just like you're trying to unburden the cows in this particular image, but that's not the way the law sees it. So I've said that we need to think big, think about the environment, think about the structural ways in which race is working, and not just think about individual bad people engaging in individual acts of discrimination against other individual people. I've said that. So now I want to say that we need to think small. And thinking small might mean that we move from the individual to the individual's mind, that we think about the cognitive processes that shape our behavior. So this is a moment in which we will think about implicit bias. So the easiest way to think about implicit bias is to say that it comes from automatic processes, like we have to process the world as we navigate it, and we have to do so pretty quickly. If every time we pause to think about something, it would create gridlock, like we just couldn't move. Here's an example. If I were to say, what are these? To shout out what these are, you would say, they're chairs, different kind of chairs. You wouldn't think about it. If I were to say, what do you do on a chair? People fill in the blank on a chair, you would say sit. You didn't have to think about it. You just did it automatically without any thought. So I want to do a collective exercise. So everyone should be unmuted. So let's unmute everyone. So now you have to participate. 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 So everyone should be unmuted.
Okay, I'm gonna try and does anyone know how to unmute everybody? I'm not sure how to unmute everyone at once.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Just unmute yourself. Just unmute yourself. So look, all you have to do. Cool.
I just asked all to unmute so that they have permission to unmute.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
So look, it's going to get a little bit. It's going to be a bit messy, but the point is, we need you to fill in the blanks in this exercise, right? So here it is. Here's the exercise. Just fill in the blank. So you laugh at the comedians.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have no money, you are?
Broke.
Broke. You don't like Pepsi, you prefer diet?
Coke.
Cool. The wheel at the center of a wheel is a? Most diets produce lots of?
Smoke.
White part of an egg is a?
Yolk.
Oh, everybody got.
Okay, so you got F's, people. You got F's. I don't like giving F's. But I have to say, the white part of an egg is not a yolk. You know that. The white part of an egg is the white part of an egg.
The white part, not the other part.
You fell for it.
Yellow part's a yolk.
You're
right.
You
Yeah.
fell for it, right?
Yeah, that's on the pattern.
So the reason you fell for it has to do with, again, the way our mind works. The fact.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're muted, bro.
We
Kevin.
We want to mute everyone else, but not the speaker. Give us one
Right.
second. Give us one
Carry
second.
on.
There, Devin should be the only one unmuted.
Excellent. So you played the exercise. I think you get the idea. Because I invited you to think about word associations in a particular kind of way. So a colleague of mine does this exercise, Phil Goff, he's a social psychologist. And the basic point is to get you again to think about the ease with which I can train your mind to think along words that sound like smoke. So that when you get to the white part of an egg, you call it a yolk. Now, maybe I should call you a yolkist because you do that, but that wouldn't make much sense. The problem, of course, is that these particular association games impact people, real people in real time. And there are two types of associations. I want to be clear about this. So one kind of associations is about stereotypes, right? So Black people are lazy. That's a group stereotype. Women are feminine. Asian Americans are disloyal. These are all group stereotypes. Attitudes are different. Attitudes are kind of like, do you like or dislike people? Do you give them a thumbs up or a thumbs down? So here's a way to think about it. I could say, I like Black people. I just wish they weren't so lazy. Or I don't like Asian Americans, but boy, are they smart. So you can see how attitudes and stereotypes can go in different kinds of directions. And it's important for us to distinguish between what's implicit and what's explicit. So with explicit bias, I know I have my biases. There's no doubt that I have them. With implicit biases, I may not know that I have them. That's the point. With explicit bias, I'm aware of them. I usually endorse them. I can control them, but I'm not willing to give them up. So I prefer UCLA to USC. Don't jump out at me. That's an explicit bias. I'm not going to give it up. I'm not going to give it up. I know our football team sucks. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to give that up. I prefer Liverpool to Arsenal. I'm not going to give that up. I have these biases. I'm going to hold on to them. With respect to implicit biases, I'm not aware of them. I may not endorse them. They're kind of automatic. So it's not easy for me to give them up. And all of us have implicit bias. Yes, I mean all of us. I really do mean all of us. And you might say, I'm not talking about you. I say, I'm talking about you, because it's a process of socialization. It's not like we can fully control the extent to which we have these particular biases. So to go back, minds, it's certainly not colorblind. We're not living King's dream at all. Or we could go to Nietzsche and say, we don't have immaculate perception. Right? These are ways of thinking about the deeply entrenched problem of implicit bias. So how do we know that we have implicit biases to begin with? Well, in a way, we measure them. So once again, we'll do a collective unmuting. So this is an opportunity for you to get rid of that F and get an A. So I know you can do this one. I'm utterly complete confident that this is a test that you will pass. So for this to work, we'll do the collective unmuting one more time. I know it gets messy, but I want you to weigh in. So let's do the collective unmuting one more time.
Civilizations and African civilizations, they used to dance.
Yeah.
This dance wasn't structured. It was just an air that went in a circle and people just danced. And Kunta Kinte danced too. In Roots by Alex Haley, he's
Okay,
dancing
so
with
I'm competing with another program in the back. So whoever has that program going, that'd be good.
why are they dancing? It's because it's a cultural
Maybe
representation.
this won't
Alex
work.
Haley define it? No, he doesn't. He just says they dance.
Okay, I think we're good. So here's the point. So all I need you to do is call out the color, okay? So basically, if I say one, if I say one of the colors in column one, you would say green, red, purple, green, okay? So that's basically the idea. So shout out the colors, just forget about the words, shout out the colors, column one, shout them out.
Green, red,
purple,
green.
yellow,
That's great.
blue, red.
Blue, yellow, blue, red.
You got to say that. So one more time, just shut out the colors one more time. Shout out the colors.
Green,
red, green,
purple,
green,
blue,
Green.
yellow,
yellow,
red,
blue, red,
green, yellow,
yellow,
red,
That's it.
red.
Brown.
A little more difficulty here. A little more difficulty here. And we couldn't do the exercise properly, in part because, my Zoom doesn't work as well. So we'll go back to muting everyone so I can continue.
Just don't mute him.
Yeah, I'll mute all and then I'll unmute you.
Perfect, yes.
So there we go.
All right. So the basic idea is like, look, when you see the color green in the word red, that's not easy for you to call out green. When the color green is in the word green, that's like, yeah, you got that. But when there's a disconnect, that's a problem. And so that basic insight that when concepts match, we're good, is what the implicit association test is all about. So at the end of the program, I want all of you to go take an implicit association test if you've not done it. Just go to Harvard EDU implicit and you'll find it. So implicit association test, these tests exist with respect to race, gender, sexual orientation. So again, implicit.harvard.edu, something like that, you'll find it. So the way it works is it will say, look, you see a white face, press the left key. You'll see a black face, press the right key. You see these words, press the left key. You see these words, press the right key. And what we're trying to do is figuring out how quickly do you associate white people with the good words versus black people with the good words. How quickly do you associate white people with the bad words versus black people with the good words? And the bottom line story here is that we associate black people with bad words more quickly than we associate white people. We associate white people with good words more quickly than we associate black people. That's really the result of these particular tests. And we can think about it this way. Identifying black people as good is like identifying the word red when it's in the, identify the color red when it's in the word green. It's not as easy for us. And we can think about this with respect to white people as well. So black equals bad, that's like green and green. That we do pretty easy. White people good, that's green and green. And black people good, that's again, white people bad, sorry, that is red and green. In other words, when the concepts are closely aligned, we're quicker. And if we make that point with respect to social meanings about race, when it's race plus good, we're quicker when the race is white. When it's race plus bad, we're quicker when the race is black. That's basically the findings. And we could spend a lot of time interrogating some of the limitations of the implicit association test because there are real limitations. It's important to point that out. And even as I talk, social psychologists are having huge debates about, well, what's the predictive validity? How much does the implicit association test predict real world behavior? The best answer is to some extent, not to a huge extent, but to some extent, so that we shouldn't really ignore it. But I'd have to concede that there are fights about this issue that are being worked out even as I talk. But in some ways, we don't need to just turn to the implicit association test to think about some of these. Look at these captions. Do you like them? Why is the black person looting and the white person finding? It's people in water with stuff, but there's an already assumption that the black person in the water looted and the white person found, even though they're in the water doing the same thing. If we flip the script, it doesn't work as comfortably. It works, but not as comfortably because of our assumptions about what white people and what black people do in these kinds of contexts. We can think about this. This goes back in time. You're too young, maybe. America beats Kwan. American beats Kwan. You know what that means. this is what it means. America beats a foreigner, where the Asian American, Michelle Kwan is an American, is being framed as a foreigner. So I don't need to go to the implicit association test necessarily. There are examples in the real world. And here's a repeat. American outshines Kwan in 2002. The same madness. Michelle Kwan is an American. So what's going on? It's not necessarily the case that this person would consciously, explicitly say, Asian Americans are not Americans. I doubt that the Seattle Times and MSNBC would say that. Do you think they would say that? They wouldn't say that. So something's going on. So even without the test, I think we have examples of some of this. So it turns out that, look, there's a ton of evidence on this point. So here, for example, is a way to think about it. So the blue bar marks the dominant group. The white bar marks the minority. And you can see that basically in each of these instances, we have biases in favor of the majority. So now we're talking about age. So with respect to age, 76% of people prefer people who are young to people who are older. With respect to race, 66 associate Black people with more negative words than white people. Sexual orientation, same idea. Straight people over LGBTQ people. Thin people over people who are perceived to be obese. You get the idea. And with this last one with weapons, what's interesting about this study, where we associate Black people with weapons, what's fascinating about this particular study, there's two studies I'll show you, but this one I'll focus on first, is that the weapons that we're talking about here are Game of Thrones-like weapons. So we associate Black people with these kinds of weapons. I mean, what do we have to do with these kinds of weapons? It doesn't make sense. It's not like, this is like caveman, go back in time, Game of Thrones, whatever. It's not, the Englishman's gun. This is not something that we associate empirically with Black people, but the point is, or the cannon, or this, the grenade. The point in a way is that it's not so much about the weapon, it's the dangerousness that the weapon represents. So we associate Black people with dangerousness. These weapons are dangerous. Therefore, we associate Black people with these weapons, even though empirically, no one's gonna say, I think of a Black man and I think of that particular weapon that was in the study. I mean, that's just not how we think. So here's another evidence, and then I'll stop soon thereafter. So this particular study, one of my co-authors did this study, and they were trying to figure out, do we associate Black people with crime? And can we prove that when we think about crime, we're thinking about Black people? So here's what they did. So they says, look, the participants in this experiment were like you sitting in front of your computer screen, except the participants weren't listening to me yap on. They were, unbeknownst to them, seeing images that were flashing in and out. So it's like you're right in front of your computer screen right now, and you either see a Black face, a white face, or no face at all. But you don't know that you've seen these faces. You don't know because they come in and out of the screen too quickly. So you've seen them, but you don't know it. You've seen them, but you don't know it. You've seen them, but you don't know it. That's what's happening, right? You've been primed. That's what it means to be primed. You don't know that you've been exposed to some stimuli, but you have. Social psychologists can be a little bit sneaky in this way, right? So you've seen these images. And then the question is, can you recognize these particular objects? So there are two objects. One is a handcuff or a gun, a crime relevant object, and the other object is a crime irrelevant object, like an iron. I always have to explain to my students, that's an iron. It's not some prehistoric, it's an iron. It's a useful thing. It's like, people still use them, right? So you have a crime relevant object and a crime irrelevant object. So the trick of this experiment is that When you see the objects in the experiment, you don't necessarily know what you're looking at. So if I showed you this is frame 1, and I say, what is this? You may not be able to know. If I say frame 25, you might be able to see that it's a gun. If I say frame 41, you consider it's a gun. To the extent that you're site privileged, you consider it's a gun. So here's the question. The question is, does being exposed to the black frame and the white frame, does being exposed to the black prime rather, and the white prime, affect when you see the gun? Does everyone follow? So they're trying to see, when you see the white face, does that shape when you are able to see the gun, what frame you're able to see the gun? When you see the black face, does that affect what frame you're able to see the gun? So let me show you the results and emphasize this again. So remember, the participants are viewing the gun or the iron under 3 conditions. They've been either exposed to the white face, to no faces, or to the black face, all right? Those are the 3 conditions. And these results that you're looking at now are the results for the iron. So basically, when people are exposed to the black face or no face or the white face, they kind of see the iron at the same space. There isn't a big difference. There's no statistical difference. See that line? That's where everyone's seeing it. Okay, we kind of see that 23, 24. That's where we see, that's when we're able to say, it's the iron. So it doesn't matter if you've been exposed to the white face, the black face, or no face, you kind of see the iron at frame 23, 24. So here are the results for the gun or the handcuff. So if we focus on this bar first, when you've been exposed to the white face, you don't see the gun. You're like, or the hand. It's not a gun, 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 it's not a gun. Okay, finally here, it's a gun. When you've been exposed to the black face, it's a gun. Right, you see the gun at frame 18. Everyone see the difference? So when you prime with the black, so people were exposed to the black face and then are asked, when do you see the gun? So if we go back, so remember, so these are the frames that people see. Frame 1, you can't see it. Frame 25, maybe you do. Frame 41, you absolutely do, right? These are the results. So you're seeing it at frame 18 versus frame 27. So what does this tell us? It tells us that blackness actually facilitates your ability to see the gun. So when you see black people, you're thinking, probably have a gun. When you see white people, it's not a gun. Even when it's at frame 27, you know, that's, or 24 or 5, it has to be frame 27. So you can think about how this relates to policing and why there might be a tendency to shoot first and ask second if this study is real. Again, one can always raise questions about the empirical foundation of this work. And as I said, I want to repeat, these issues continue to be debated out. To what extent does this translate to real world experience? Significantly, police officers were some of the participants in that particular study. But still, it's fair to say that there are methodological questions that you can raise. All right, so I'm going to point to one more study and then I'm going to stop. So this is a tale of 2 memos. So here's what was done here. So we're trying to figure out, is it the case that people evaluate writing differently when they know the identity of the person who wrote the work? That's really the question. And here's the basic methodology. So the research team is made up of researchers and law firm partners, so real partners at real law firms. And they created this memo. And they embedded the memo with lots of different errors, some big, some small. And then they sent the memos out to partners in real firms. So, okay, so grade this memo. Tell us what errors you can find. So half of the partners got the black memo, half of the partners got the white memo, right? So meaning in one condition, Tom Meyer is understood to be white, in the other is understood to be black. And the question is, does the fact of the race shape the underlying evaluation, right? And so just to remind you, so we have two memos, both of them are Tom Meyer, both of them are third-year associates at a law firm. So partners are led to believe that the memo is written by a third-year associate at a law firm. The people are led to believe that both persons went to NYU, not as good as UCLA, but it's all right. And both are led to believe that, again, one set of conditions, rather, it's a white guy, one it's a black guy. So let's look at the results. So here are some qualitative results, meaning comments that were written on the memo. It's the same memo, and what do we see? Generally a good writer, but needs to work on, needs lots of work. It's the same memo. Has potential, can't believe he went to NYU. It's the same memo. It's the same memo with the same errors. Good analytical skills, average at best. It's the same memo. And as for some scores, overall rating, 4.1 versus 3.2. Spelling errors, 2.9 versus 5.8. It's the same memo. So if we pause and go back to the other study, we can say that when it's the black person, you're looking for those errors. There's going to be errors and I'm going to find them. Damn it. Pardon the French. With respect to spelling errors, it's, there ain't going to be that many. And so you don't find that many. With respect to technical errors, again, 4.6 versus 4.9. The point here is that biases are playing work, or doing work rather, that's shaping how all of this pans out. The final thing I'm going to say focuses on gender, because you can think about how these processes operate with respect to gender. And to give you a sense as to how implicit bias might work with respect to gender, I'm going to tell you about this case, Price Waterhouse versus Hopkins. It involved this woman and Hopkins. She's up for partnership at a major law firm, and not a law firm, sorry, an accounting firm. And the partners basically say to her, we're not going to make you partner this year, but we might make you partner. We might make you partner if you walk more feminine, talk more feminine, wear makeup, get your hair styled, and go to charm school. So, I'm not making this up. This is what they actually say. These are all quotes. So they're telling her basically, go be feminine, be more feminine, right? And so she has to decide, do I work my identity? Do I work it? Do I kind of perform this femininity? She has to ask herself that question if she wants to make partner. And you can think about whether there are performative dimensions of race as well. So is it okay to be Black in particular kinds of ways? Do you have to tone down your Blackness? Tone down your Latinxness? Tone down the extent to which you're perceived to be quote unquote Arab, Muslim, or Middle Eastern? Do you need to tone that down? Right? In the same way that she's been asked to tone up her femininity and tone down her masculinity. So ultimately, the court in this case rules that you can't do that, that's unconstitutional. That violates, or to be more precise about it, that violates an employment discrimination statute. But there's a study that bears on this that I want to end with. The study looks something like this. The study says, okay, you have a white male candidate and a female candidate, and they've just lost an important account. And the participants in this study view the white male candidate and the female candidate under two sets of condition. Under condition one, the male and female say, I lost this account, I'm so mad about it. I'm really mad about it. Under condition two, they say, I lost an account and it made me really sad. And we're trying to figure out, does expressions of anger affect how you view competence of a man or a woman? Does expressions of sadness affect how you view competence of a man or a woman? So these, again, are the results. So the blue bar, you can see, that's for male. This is for female. So this is male, this is female. And when they express sadness, again, this is not really a difference. It's kind of the same. When they express anger, again, this is male, this is female. What happens? When women express anger, they take a hit. Look at that difference. They're not perceived to be as competent as men when they express anger. Women cannot be angry in the workplace because then they get called the B word. And you can think about that, how that applies to Black women in particular, where the assumption is Black women are always angry. So think about the space that creates for leadership. We watched the presidential debate and remember the vice presidential debate. And remember all the discussion about Kamala Harris, about she has to be careful not to be too angry. So even when her co-debater, if you like, the vice president could just roll it on out. As a white man, he gets the benefit from this bar. This is his space. This is her space. And in fact, it's lower. It's probably here for Black women, right? If you think about intersectionality, right? The bar is even lower for her. So this is just a way of saying that bias is not, and it affected not just competence, but compensation. That is to say, the angry woman was offered $6,000 less than the angry man, right? So part of what I'm saying then is that as we think about problems of inequality, it's really important for us to think both big and small. Thinking big, I said, is about trying to grapple with the hard structural environmental stuff, housing, employment, healthcare, residential segregation, education, K through 12. Those are big structural things that are part of the environment that are not about individual people engaging in individual acts of discrimination against other individual people. We need to find a way to clean the environment of racial inequality as it's manifested in those environmental spaces. But we also need to think small and recognize that we've been socialized to view people, to view women, to view Asian Americans, to view LGBTQ people in particular kinds of ways. And that those biases can impact decisions that we make. They can impact how we interact with people. They can produce real harm. So thinking small requires us to take account of the cognitive processes that can shape real world behavior and impact the big problems about which we're concerned. So grappling with racial inequality, among other kinds of inequality, requires us to walk and chew gum at the same time, which is to say, it requires us to think big and think small. So I've yapped on for longer than I wanted to, so I'll stop here and see if anyone wants to ask any question. I'm happy to answer a few questions. And our moderator will help.
Thank you. And just again, if you'd like to ask a question, just go ahead and push the raise hand function at the bottom of the participants screen. So click the participants.
Raise hand function. I want a question. Let me see.
Oh, Tyce, you're unmuted, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that wasn't me speaking. Sorry. Who was that?
This is Dr. Alameen
Oh,
Shaver.
sorry. Who was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, go ahead. You're unmuted. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I unmuted myself. I know that's a little shady, but I was I just cut in, but I was trying to find the raise hand. So I apologize for just kind of cutting in like that. But this was excellent. I want to thank you so much for this excellent presentation and also just your contribution to critical race theory. I teach on Africana studies, critical race theories. And so we discuss critical race theory in my course and Black nationalism, Black power. So I'm a little nervous, but when I found out I was on the same sort of panel with you, I was like very, very pleased. But there was a slide that you had that discussed like the typos. Could you go back to that? Because I have like a personal experience with that. where, and I just wanted to see like which, was this a study that I can kind of look up for myself? One of the things that happened to me when I went up for tenure review my second year was that I got nicked on typos, just a few typos. And I felt demoralized. I felt like, oh my God, then you start doubting yourself and your credibility and your, you start having a little bit of imposter syndrome. But I think that even with imposter syndrome, we don't really talk about the racialized component of it, where we end up believing that we don't belong in certain spaces because of race. But then white folks end up making us feel like that because they have this critical eye or this critical racist eye, I guess. So I just wanted to know, was this a specific study that you can kind of share with me? Maybe if I give you my email or share with us and I can just kind of write it down.
Yes, so you can find it online. So the as I mentioned, all of these studies have their limitations. So here's it's called Written in Black and White. The lead researcher on it is Dr. Aaron Reeves, and you should be able to just punch that in and find it. As to the other studies that I mentioned have been peer reviewed. This particular study has not been peer reviewed. So again, so that means that the extent to which you can roll it out in a hard way is more limited than if it were peer reviewed, like the crime and race study that I mentioned. It's useful, I think, because it reveals the extent to which assumptions about race can manifest themselves out in evaluation. But if I were writing a scholarly paper, I wouldn't lead with this particular one, in part because, again, it's not been peer reviewed. But it certainly is a window on how biases can operate. And for those of you who don't know, I should say that a scholarly convention within most disciplines is you write an article before it gets published in a particular journal. It gets sent out to other authors to peer review it. They look at the methodology, they try to ascertain whether everything's on all fours, and then they publish it. In law, we don't actually peer review by and large. I mean, our journals are not peer reviewed journals as such in the way that they are in other disciplines. And so that is for good or bad with respect to legal scholarship, I suppose. But I did want to be sure to point that out with respect to this piece. And I think it is helpful because I think there are other kinds of evidence on this particular point about the extra scrutiny that attaches to being a non-white person in the context of evaluation. And the reason I paused to connect this study to the first one, because it's the same thing. I mean, in the study that is peer reviewed, it's like you're looking for the gun, so you see it. And you're not looking for the gun, so you don't see it. That's analogous to you're looking for the errors here, so you see it, and you're not looking for the errors, so you don't see it, which is why, so I always show these two studies together because they tell the same basic story. And one is very much Thank you for your generous comments. I really appreciate that.
Great, thank you. So it looks like we have at least 2 more questions. The next one is Bree. Go ahead, Bree.
Hi, Dr. Carbato, thanks so much for your presentation. And I wanted to jump in here on this particular discussion around the writing mistakes. I teach English here at Cuyamaca College, and I'm also finishing up a dissertation that seeks to find other forms of grading. And this, I know you said that this study here is not peer reviewed, but it does confirm so many other pieces of literature that are published that suggest that, or that argue that writing assessment in particular is inherently racist because it relies on a white standard of discourse. And so I just appreciate you sharing this, and it confirms and validates what I'm doing as well. And it's really important, especially for white faculty, to decenter themselves as the power authority in the classroom. And so I just appreciate that. I don't really have a question other than just thank you.
No, thank you for that. I think it really is important to point out that there are broader literatures on this point. I like this study in part because, I teach in law schools. And so I typically use this study, but it's a reminder to me to sort of include some of the other studies and literatures that bear on differential evaluations of student as a function of race. That is a much broader literature, and that suggests that how we evaluate people is in fact racially mediated along a number of different dimensions. And you can tell that story with respect to gender as well, particularly within contexts where women are just not expected to be, like, for example, engineering. You see disparities in evaluation more sharply. So it's a helpful reminder that you are situated in a set of literatures that's telling a similar kind of story. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. And the next is Dr. Ennis.
Hi, Dr. Carvalho. Thank you so much for your time. I really enjoyed it. So, as I prepared for today, I spoke earlier, and as I prepared for today, I'm really happy to see how the alignment that we share. So you talked about thinking big, and I talked about institutions, and you also talked about thinking small. Just for me was mental models, right? And how you go about it. So one of the things that I did state was that when thinking big, there's kind of institutional resilience that has been built in, where any attacks on the institution as it stands, seemingly the institutions repeal these attacks and are somehow able to reform themselves and retain the racist or biased tenets that that exist in them. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
So I don't think I can put it any better than you just did. I mean, I think that's a great way to put it, which is to say that one can tell a story about the degree to which there is an overall resilience to anti-racist interventions. So it's just hard to make headways within institutions, within society, because of the resiliencies that are there. And we can unpack what those resiliencies are with more specificity depending on what the particular institution might look like. So whether it's we got in by these criteria, we're going to keep things in this particular way, or it's the fact that, you know, you already have a decision-making body whose demographic makeup is a particular way, and so they're not necessarily checking themselves, and so they wreck themselves with respect to creating inclusion possibilities for us. So there are lots of different ways, and just a general idea that institutions don't necessarily, the people who make them up are not necessarily interested in fundamental change. So just a conservative tendency about institutional governance structure, which is you don't radically transform anything. At best, you do incremental moves. But I like the language of resiliency as a way to think about that, because we sometimes think about, are we resilient with respect to the racism that we might be subject to? But another question is, are institutions resilient to the anti-racist practices that we might insist that they employ?
Mm-hmm. And so would you say then that because of the resilience in institutions, it almost makes attacking these institutions almost futile? So thinking big is probably maybe viewed as the fast way, but you're running to a wall. But thinking small is the long, arduous journey that is really going to win.
I think I really think that you need to probably have both in play, because even if tomorrow you can't get the institution that you want, it's a good idea to think about what that institution looks like. So I think big, and I have a sense of what is it that I need to do. I know that I need to clean the environment. That's kind of what I need to do. I'm not going to get the decision makers to start scrubbing it tomorrow necessarily, but I might be able to get them to think about just this criteria that they're using over here. I might get them to not use this book, but use that book. Each of those are getting at a piece of the environment, even if they're not getting there tomorrow. I might have them do their cow training, because that understanding might motivate them to want to get to the environment and cleaning that we say is thinking big. So I don't see them as oppositional projects at all. I think them as co-constitutive, as codependent. And if you have them both in mind, then you can be more strategic about what small steps you're making on the big journey that you want to take.
Okay. Okay, Devin, you can, Dr. Carbato, I'm sorry, I'm looking at your first, I'm looking at your first name on the screen. I apologize.
Well, that's good. Very good.
Please, you can, I think we have about 5 minutes left. If you want to wrap up or take another question, floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I've nothing. I don't want to keep anyone any longer. I mean, I think this is great to have the chance to engage you. Thanks for being willing to participate even on Zoom. It's kind of hard with Collective Wayne, but I'm glad you did it, and I think it was instructive about precisely how the mind works and how easy it is to fall into a trap. And the problem is that those traps are actually life and death scenarios. If you think about that trap of quick thinking in the context of policing, it's about life and death. If you think about the traps of quick thinking in the decision-making about healthcare, it's life and death. There are studies that reveal that the Black people have to be in an awful lot of pain before medicine is dished out. Like, you can take the pain. That's roughly the conclusion. So there are all these spaces in which these kind of thinking quick, leading to thinking traps, leading to different kinds of racial harms. So it's good that you're able to participate, we're able to participate so that you can see the ease with which the thinking quick can happen, so that you better appreciate the phenomenon on which implicit bias rests. So go on the harvardimplicit.edu site, and you can take one of the tests, whether it's on religion or race or gender, whatever, just kind of have the experience so you have a better understanding of how that phenomenon rests. It's likely to continue to shape political discourses. Now, even implicit bias is supposedly a really radical thought. It's really mind-boggling to me that implicit bias now is understood as almost un-American, to be suggesting that this science is something we should pay attention to. But this is the current state that we find ourselves in, and it's up to you all to think about how we might change that. So thank you for your time. I'm glad I was able to be here today. Sorry, I haven't been able to attend the entire thing. I've been teaching, and so I couldn't be here. But good luck with the rest.
We absolutely appreciate it, and all of our speakers are still here with us, or you're all here now. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank you, Dr. Carbato. Dr. Ennis is still here. Dr. Antonisha Alameen Shavers is still here. Again, from the faculty, the staff, the students, on behalf of our dean, our vice president, and president, we really appreciate you taking the time to share some of taking the day to share some of your time with us on this really important topic. It's a difficult topic, but you all have done a great job today of really sort of bringing it home. I know there are many people here that had questions, you wanted to chime in. This is good stuff, and we didn't have enough time for that. But I hope you will continue to think about the topics, do the work, ask the questions in the spaces that you are in, because there is more work to be done. So a heartfelt thank you for your time. I am going to turn it over to Camille. She wants to share something before everyone jumps off. You all have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hosley. And again, I would like to thank all the presenters for being a part of our first annual, what hopes to be an annual Black Consciousness Conference. I've definitely raised my consciousness just participating in this event today, and I hope the same was done with the rest of you. I also would like to show you, as of this morning, we have a website that is now ready. We will be posting the website on our main campus, this website on our main campus, probably in the next couple of days. but this is the Social Justice Conference website where you can go back and read more about the speakers. We have a resource page. So I'll be uploading the Harvard Implicit Bias website, as well as Dr. Antonisha Shaver's critical questions that we weren't able to get to, but I will definitely post them. So maybe as a class, or if you just want to take a look at it and kind of do your own analysis of the questions that went along with her presentation. So I just want to share this with you. Our next conference in the Social Justice Series will take place on November 17th and 18th, and the topic will be Resistance Through Solidarity. So please keep checking back on our website as we will be adding additional information regarding these 2 days of another set of critical thinking and coming together and discussing this current events that's happening. By then, the election should have happened, and hopefully we'll all be excited at that time. So again, thank you everyone for attending, and DJ Dante, take us out.
Lean with it, rock with it, 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 lean with it, rock with it. I bounce in the club, soda, come and rock it. Posted in the cut, and I'm looking for a blockhead. Yep, in my white tee, I break a back, and I keep a big bang. Oh, I think they like that. Before I leave the house, yeah, I'm slizzing on the goose, and I'm in a plane, so a nigga really loose, and I can lean with it, and I can rock with it. And if you got a fish, you got a sucker with it. Hey, go and rock with it, go and lean with it. So damn, you break your spleen with it. Put up your jeans with it. In the spot, ain't caught. If we ain't don't want to deny, make your dance, make your dance. But watch me make your face beat up my hands. Beat up my hands, see me hit the spot, watch that boy. Boy, I ain't from the road with them franchise boys. Lean with it, rock with it, 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 lean with it. You wanna pop from left to right, lean, dive into the beat, check my feet. You ain't got these, I rock, then bend my knees. Every time the beat drop, lean with it, rock with it, freeze while your fingers pop. Purple lean, purple in my sock. You mean you ain't seen buddy on the block? They call me Dr. Doc. I prescribe what it need, make a lean and rock. Old school people patch your feet. I'm pimping in the club, so I start to act up. So they see my chain and a nickel on the stack, so I keep a full. And my pants, I'm in the middle of the floor. You're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk. 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 Jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk.
So cocky with it, got my eyes shut, closed like Rocky hit it. Got your girl on my swag, she loving them jerking songs like a new iPod. Just touch it to turn her on, and when the bass start beating in the way I'm beating. Gun I got on my way, I'm leaving. She like, where you going? I ain't got my